Ultimately, all things ref side and field side escalate to me. The other field head ref you will be seeing today is the other co-senior head ref of the state, way back there in the corner. You probably can't see her, but Kate wave. Kate there in the yellow shirt will also be one of the field head referees you'll see today. So anything that goes wrong, you'll meet with us in the question box. We'll talk about all the gameplay stuff here in a minute, just so it's set cadence of who we are. Also, we're going to have 3 FTAs you'll talk to today. The lead of them is here, Austin Fraunfelter. You have a name, actually. That's surprising. I just call you FTA. Austin wants to open with a bunch of notes about queuing logistics and field logistics, and then we'll get into gameplay stuff in a minute. So, Austin, don't scare them away.
Uh-oh, he gave me a mic. Good morning, everybody. Like you just heard, my name is Austin. I'm the Washington, what's the title? I don't know, senior FTA. I'm also one of the World Championship FTAs, so if you ever have questions about technology, always feel free to come up and ask me. I am more than happy to help. I just want to get through some event logistics before we get into the gameplay questions. First of all, we have 2 fields. Field 1 is on your left and field 2 is on your right. If you're on an odd number match, so field for match 1, you will go on to queue on the left on field 1. Teams that are queuing for field 1 will need to go in front of the stanchions, so the audience side of the stanchions, over to the tables. Field 2 is going to be on the tables on the field 2 side. That one's a little bit easier. When you're coming onto the field, if you need to come to the other side of the field, so the field 1 red or field 2 blue, please walk behind the TVs. There's the cameras and tripods in the front that we don't want any issues with. Now, if you have carts, you're more than welcome to keep using your carts, but please leave them at the tables. We don't want rolling things in the way where FTAs and refs and students are needing to get around. Now, all year for our 2 field events, we've been planning what we call 6-minute cycle times. So from the start of match 1 to the start of match 2 is 6 minutes. Today in the afternoon, we're actually planning 5.5, so it's slightly faster than normal. We've been intentionally slowing down at other events, so 5.5 is going to be a comfortable pace for you. Just keep that in mind. Your match schedule has an actual time on it. We want to stick to that time. So please make sure that you are here and ready to go before your time, because that time is when we want to be saying go. So make sure you're keeping an eye on the time, keeping an eye on which matches you're playing in, and you bring your robot with your drive team, with your safety glasses, in time for your match. And like I just said, safety glasses. Pits are really far away, so if you leave your safety glasses, that's going to be a problem. We probably won't have time to wait for you, which is going to be a bigger problem. So please, please, please make sure you have safety glasses. It's easier if you just like never take them off and get used to them being on. Sometimes I end up going to dinner wearing my safety glasses because I just forget that I'm wearing them. And okay, so next, I don't think this was an issue today, but at the semifinals tournaments, there were a couple teams that were using 2.4 gigahertz on your robots. Please use 5 gigahertz. I have a spectrum analyzer running. It is bad. Do not be on 2.4. It is highly congested. You're going to have latency. You're going to have packet drops. You are going to have a bad time. Please move to 5 gigahertz. I'm going to keep an eye on it. Jim Wright is somewhere over there in the orange hat. He's our CSA today. He's going to be wandering around. I'll try to catch him, track him down. He'll help you move to 5 gig if you don't know what that means. Now, another problem that we had at semifinals, or rather a problem that a lot of you were voicing concerns about at semifinals, was static. I don't know if you've noticed today, it is a bit dry in here. Now, the humidity is 29%, which is not low, but it's not high. If you're walking around, sometimes even just walking to the other side of the room and touching one of the stanchions is enough to shock it. I did spray the fields with staticide, and I have been walking on the field and trying to generate static electricity, and I have not been able to shock myself on the field at all. So this should not be a problem today. With that said, a lot of the problems that we saw at semifinals were actually not static related. It was brownout related. We've noticed that there were probably about 10 instances of all of our whatever 30 matches where you all just have old batteries. And as a battery ages, it doesn't have as high of a capacity, which means as you are running 8 motors and 12 servos at the crazy power draws that you guys are demanding these years, it puts too much of a strain on the battery and it drops too low, which causes some Wi-Fi issues, causes some robot controller issues, and that's where you get your disconnects. So if you have old batteries, talk to me, talk to Jim, we can explain more. We're going to keep an eye on it as well. With that said, when I don't know if that's public, how many teams are qualifying for the World Championship. So we are sending 4 teams to the World Championship, which is quite a few of you, and 7 to the premier events. Thank you, Kevin. At those events, there's a lot more show production value. You might be sitting at the field for several minutes, but while they're introducing the teams, introducing the event, all of this kind of stuff, where you might be in the initialized state for 5, 10, 15 minutes. So keep that in mind, that you might be initialized for a while as you move to the World Championship. And unfortunately, there's not really anything that we can do about it. So just try to keep that in mind when you're programming your initialized hold routines and everything. Last thing I want to say before handing it off to Josh is dead robots or disabled robots. When a robot's having an issue, please yell FTA. There's a lot of noise, a lot of things. There's 4 robots in the field. There's only 1 FTA per field. We're trying to keep an eye on things, but if you're having issues, if your robot's dead and you're not sure why, just yell FTA. We'll come look at it. If you end up in a situation where you're dead in the observation zone, I'll let Josh deal with the actual ramifications of it and how that works, and it's his call. But when it comes to the human player in the observation zone, if that robot's deemed disabled, then the human player is allowed to continue to reach into it. But deeming a robot disabled is the head referee's discretion with advisement from the FTA. We are going to do what we need to decide whether you are reasonably going to come back in a short period of time. So yell and scream FTA, we can come help you. And then we have our rule of thumb that we're doing. Oh, wow, I'm on camera. Cool. That's all I have. Here's your head referee. Remember, yell FTA.
Cool, thank you. Okay, so let's talk about gameplay things. You just got all the venue logistics. Let's talk about gameplay logistics, what to do, what to expect, etc. And then we'll talk about a couple of rule changes that happened before I open up for any questions at the end. So I'm not going to recover everything. You've had 2 leagues, an interleague, a semifinal. You've had enough time now to learn the basics of the manual. Those of you who still don't know what game we're playing, go speed run reading that in the pits before we play matches. As for the rest of you, let's talk about the things around the field that are specific to these kind of higher level events. Let's start with ref signaling, mostly because I just want to point out Jason's attire for the day. This is the official ref outfit in the state of Washington. There we are. There we are. Isn't it great? You too can wear these onesies. Join the ref crew. Come be a volunteer. Okay, so around the field, something you're going to see, all of our refs now have flags. Yay. Thanks, Kate, for making all of those. For useful information to use so that you know what's going on, right? Sometimes there's confusion over like, was that a penalty, whatever. You're going to see pretty clear signals today. So in the event of a minor foul, what's going to happen is usually the penalty ref, sometimes the scorer, is going to wave the color of the robot. Put your arm back up. Wave the color of the robot that did the violation is going to be up, and they're going to point at the robot that did the thing, and then wave. In the event of a major foul, it's basically the same thing, except after waving, we cross our arms over our heads, so that's how you'll see if there was a major foul. And then that signal can get, like, if there's a thing that I know is going to instantly become a card or something like that, I might wave the same signal. But there's your litmus test. When you're seeing those around the field, like, that's usually a good sign to adjust your alliance strategy. Whatever you just did, maybe consider not doing that, or do it. I mean, help your other alliance. That's fine. What else do I need to cover around the field? Also, anything you have questions around the field, did that count for score, or is this a legal strategy? Don't take that to any of my refs in the corners. Send that to whoever your field head referee is. That's me or that's Kate. And if you're not in the match, head back here, and this is general for the day. Any questions you have about scoring, about logistics, about is this a penalty, is this a legal gameplay thing, we have this lovely question lounge all the way back here. I don't even know if the cameras can reach back here. They can, but their color balance is all off. We have an open paper manual back here. We have seats. It's super chill. We also have this AI-generated picture of Kate's dog that you can hang out with. Her dog's name is Curie. So head back there. Our question lounge is back there if you have anything. No question thrown like semifinals. Sorry. But we at least have seating back there so you can hang out because it might be a minute. With these fast-paced turn times, it might just be a little while before we can get to you. But we will bring especially scoring-related concerns to us as fast as you can, right? Our memory is very short, especially when we're running really fast-paced events like this. So if you come to us immediately after the match or within a match or two, there's a decent chance I can go to my refs and be like, hey, did you see X? Did Y happen? Once we're past that, there's a pretty strong likelihood I'm going to go back to that ref and be like, yo, what happened? And they're going to be like, what match was that? Who was even in it? And that's completely reasonable, right? So if you have concerns, bring them quickly. Okay. Let's talk really quick about two conduct and logistics related things around the field. First of all, let's talk about being timely to the matches. Austin talked about queue 5 minutes before. You talked about that, right? Oops. Well, all right, I'm going to catch you up then. Queue 5 minutes before the time that's on the schedule for your match at whatever the respective queuing table is, right? So if you have a match at 1:50 p.m., right, be there at 1:45. That includes when we're coming back from lunch. So if the first match after lunch says it's going to be like, what, 12:45 or something like that? If it says 12:50, so the schedule's going to say 12:50, that means be at the queuing table at 12:45. We are starting the match at 12:50. This all falls under Rule G301. Let's remind ourselves, G301 is our rule about being prompt to matches. The first time in a tournament phase, meaning qualification matches or playoffs, that you are not making a good faith effort to be at the field on time, that's going to be your warning under G301. You get one of those warnings per tournament phase. The next time you are not at the field on time, it is an instant major penalty during that tournament phase. Okay, so if in qualification match 1, you're late. I don't know why you'd be late to match 1, but sure, you're late for match 1. That's your warning. And then if you're in match 7 or something like that, and you're late again and we have to go hunt you down, you're starting the match 15 points in the hole from the major penalty. 10 points. The computer does all the scoring for me. Too many other things to memorize. So be at your matches on time. All right? We good? If you are not making the good faith effort to be at the field within the 2-minute window allotted once we've given the warning or the penalty per G301, we will close the field and run the match without you. Let's just make sure we're on the same page so it's not a surprise if it happens. If you are not at the field on time, that's your warning or penalty under G301. We start a 2-minute timer at that point, and if you are still not making a good faith effort to be at the field is closed. You are not playing in that match. Please be there on time. Next up, let's talk about pulling penalties. Unfortunately, and I really hate that this is now something Washington is famous for, but we free-range, organically, locally grown and sourced a whole bunch of drama that had spilled over to other states. So let's talk about that drama. Do not attempt to pull penalties from other robots who would not otherwise be getting penalties. That applies broadly in the whole game under Rule G210. That's one of our conduct rules, okay? If the egregious example of this is if I am a red robot and I'm in this ascent zone and there's a blue robot driving over here minding its own business, not doing anything to me, and I swipe an arm out to intentionally hit that robot who was otherwise minding its own business during endgame. That is a G210 violation. The blue robot driving by does not receive the G427 violation, and you instead receive the minor penalty for the first instance or the major penalty if it's repeated over the course of the event for trying to draw a penalty that the other alliance would not have gotten. Furthermore, if we see evidence that that was a flagrant and egregious violation, including verbally out loud saying, go pull that penalty, it will be an immediate yellow card, no questions asked. Okay? So let's be very much on the same page. That type of conduct is not in the spirit of first, it's not in the spirit of gracious professionalism, and it is not welcome at my fields. We're going to have a very bad day, okay? I don't want to have a bad day. This is supposed to be a celebration of a great season and all the great work you've done, so don't ruin it by doing unsportsmanlike things like trying to force other alliances to take penalties they wouldn't have otherwise received, okay? Nobody wants that drama today. I don't want to have to give out any cards. Really quick, since we talked about ref signaling, the cards this week are these Washington-shaped cards. So when you see me carrying around a Washington card, the green one I don't really have a use for yet. I'm open to ideas, if anybody has one. But the yellow and red, you'll see these Washington-shaped ones. Thanks, Jim. These are great. That is all the conduct-related things. That is all of the queuing-related things. Kate, what am I missing? Apparently nothing. Kate, am I missing anything? I talked about the question lounge. We're good. I am missing the lounge. Okay, there's no snacks over there. Sorry. Okay, so we'll open up for some quick questions. I have to be done in 9 minutes, so please do your questions accordingly. Jason, because we all just want to see that onesie more, is going to walk around. He's going to ask you your question and then restate it, because this driver's meeting is being streamed. Just like everybody watches women's sports, everybody watches Washington State Championship. So we want to make sure we're all on the same page. Jason, let's do this.
So the question is, if a robot is hanging on the submersible at t=0, but then starts descending, how is that scored?
If the robot is airborne at t=0 and then starts descending, we score whatever state comes to rest, or after 3 seconds, whichever happens first. The buzzer happens to be 3 seconds long. That's kind of a nice audible cue for our refs to know when we're done scoring. So if you come to rest and then those 3 seconds expire, you're good. But if you continue to drop, we'll either count wherever you stop moving, or after the end of that buzzer, we'll count wherever you are at that point. I also just remembered, Jason, can we pause 1 second? I remembered I forgot to tell you a major update, Team Update 10. Let's really quickly hash that. G427, your protections now only apply for robots within the first 7 inches when you're reaching into the submersible zone. So if you're reaching more than 7 inches into the submersible zone, you lose all G427 protections. That even includes a robot coming up and hitting you from behind. If you are reaching across more than 7 inches, you have lost all 427 protections, okay? That's Team Update 10. Just remembered it. Wanted to make sure we get that out of the way. Now go ahead.
Question is, are you allowed to hold specimens in the human player zone, or do they have to go into the field?
Are you allowed to hold specimens in the player zone? Yes, you are. The observation zone, as long as you are outside of the field, right? As long as you are not breaking the field plane, that is your zone to do what you will with. You can organize your game pieces, you can prepare them, you can build specimens, whatever. There's not many restrictions on what you can do in that zone once the match has started. Any other questions around? And then Jason, you'll have 3 on the other side later.
The question is, are you allowed to touch clip samples or specimens in the human player zone before match start?
Are you allowed to? Yes, you are allowed to organize them as long as they stay outside the field of play. You cannot bring them into the observation zone like the taped off zone, but in the driver station, you can arrange them and do whatever you need to before the match.
To clarify, can the human player be actively holding the scoring elements when the match starts?
My understanding is yes. I am not aware of anything that forbids that. Yeah, just don't break the field plane until the match starts. Jason, just so you know, I know we have 1 here and 3 over there at least.
The question is, can you touch the preload on the robot before the match starts?
Once you have initialized and signaled to the field crew that you're ready, we are completely hands off. So I know it's like a partial answer, but like make sure you haven't initialized your robot and signaled to the field crew that you're ready. If you have to initialize your robot and wrangle things, work with the FTAs. They'll make sure that it's being done in a safe way, whatever, and that they're not ready to start the match. So work with your field FTA. In general, though, once you have initialized and signaled you're ready to play, we don't touch anything. We're ready to start the match. Does that answer that fully for you? I know I took a bit of a circle path to get there, but... and we have 4 minutes, it looks like. Is that right, Kevin?
So the question is specifically for G424, don't shut down major points of gameplay. How does that interact with playing defense around the field?
Okay, so G424, for those not familiar, is our general blockade and shutdown rule. Whenever I talk about this rule, I preface it with, it is very hard to get a G424. You need to be completely shutting down a bit of gameplay for that to occur. The most common ways this happens is if you are actively driving back and forth paths to block off some section of the field. Maybe I'm completely locking this down for an extended period of time. You can't get into your observation zone, or you can't get into your net zone. That's actually called out in the orange box as an explicit example. The other case, and I've actually had to call that this year at a couple of events, another common way to get a 424 is if you're being too aggressive, if you will, about your defense here and for too long at the chambers along the sides of the submersible. That is a pretty rough danger zone. While it is not a protected zone, right? If I'm placing a clip here, or if I'm placing a specimen here, a robot can make contact with me. That's not protected in the way that like the net zone is or the ascent zone is in the end game. But if I park my robot, if I'm a red robot and I am parked here in front of the blue chambers and a blue robot comes up to try to play offense, we will start a 424 count at that point. And that starts to be something we'll eye as a blockade if it extends beyond momentary, which is our 3-second window. Does that answer that for you?
I'm restating this a little bit to be brief. So if we are intaking samples from the submersible and we are completely blocking off one side of the submersible, as long as you can still intake from the chamber, does that count as a 424 violation?
In general, that instance is unlikely to be a G424. When we get into hyper specifics like that, and especially in cases where we perceive it to be a strategy, it can escalate into a conduct card, and you might get a yellow card for perceived intent to shut down major elements of gameplay. So it's a bold strategy, but in general, just blocking off, like, let's say I'm parked in part of the ascent zone somewhere outside of endgame, so it's not a 427. There's plenty of other places for the other alliance to collect game pieces, so that is unlikely, not impossible, but unlikely to be a 424. Because that is just, I mean, your robot's only 18 inches wide, right? There's plenty of other room. Be wary of all the other rules that interacts with, and be wary of anything that's perceived as a strategy to amplify the game challenge, but unlikely to be a 424.
So the question is, if there is an opponent in our net zone that has gotten there on their own accord, are we allowed to touch them to get a penalty?
Huh. So the net zone protection, if that zone is protected, it is highly likely to be perceived as a G210 if you are not otherwise trying to play offense in that zone. So just driving by and booping them for the sake of booping them, This is a very subjective call. It's going to be in the eyes of what the referee sees and how they perceive what's going on in that situation. That is likely to be a G210 and not the G425 net zone interference because you weren't attempting to play offense. You just came by to swipe them for penalties. That's not being a good sport. If you have a game piece in your robot and we have a reasonable case that you are probably playing offense or you ostensibly could be playing offense, then net zone protections would apply and it's unlikely to be considered unsportsmanlike conduct. Again, it's very specific to the situation we see. There's a lot of nuance there, but in general, you have the right to play offense, and if it looks like you're playing offense, the net zone protections will apply. If you're just coming through to milk some free penalties, we're going to have a bad day. Anything else? Okay. Be excellent to each other. It's been a great year. It's been a long year. It's been a hard year for many of us volunteers and teams alike, right? It's a long season. You've made it. This is really a celebration of your entire season, a culmination of all your work. You should be proud of yourselves for making it here. Be kind to your alliance partners. Be kind to your teammates. Be kind to my volunteers around the field. Be kind to everybody mentors-wise who woke up at unforsaken hours early this morning to make sure you got here. And let's have a great state championship, okay? Thank you.
Reminder, it is 11:05 right now. We're going to do an opening ceremonies promptly at 11:15. Opening ceremonies promptly at 11:15. If you're in match 1 or 2, queuing should already be talking to you or trying to get you to come to the field before opening ceremonies. Match 1 and 2 to field before opening ceremonies. Opening ceremony starts promptly at 11:15. Thank you.
Please welcome your Washington State Championship Master of Ceremonies, Brett Wartzman.
Well, good morning, teams. Good morning, fans. Good morning, parents and mentors and friends. Welcome to Amazon and welcome to the Washington State Championship. Who's excited? We are so excited to be here playing Into the Deep, presented by RTX as part of our first dive season presented by Qualcomm. And now I've checked off my sponsor box, so we're good to go the rest of the day. Of course, First Tech Challenge, one of 4 programs that's part of First, and we are so excited to be celebrating that particular program here today. First Tech Challenge began in 2005 and it now has more than 8,000 teams in 55 countries, including, I didn't get this ahead of time, Kevin, what's our team count in Washington? 190 of those teams here in the state of Washington. And we are so excited to have the 24 top teams from this season with us here today to compete for the state championship. It's going to be a really exciting time. Of course, as I mentioned, Into the Deep is presented by RTX, and we would not be able to host this game or run this event without their support. So let's take a look at a few words from our season sponsor. Thank you once again to RTX for sponsoring Into the Deep and this FTC season. Yeah, give it up for them. Give them a round of applause. You know, for the students in the room, you are part of this fabulous program that we call First. And whether or not you realize it, that opens up a lot of opportunities for you. Of course, all the incredible learning opportunities and experiences that you have at your competitions, in your shops, working with your teachers and your mentors and your teammates. But also down the line, there are opportunities in industry and higher education, scholarships, internships, certifications, all sorts of things that are doors that open up to you as a member of the First program. And a lot of these are alumni programs. You can learn more about these if you're a current student or a current alum by going to firstinspires.org/alumni. And we do have a short video with some of our existing alumni to tell you more about these opportunities. Can I have all those in the room who are first alumni please stand and wave and be recognized for your work? Yeah, let's applaud all of our alumni, please. And I want to point out, we're going to circle back to this later, how many of our volunteers back here were standing and waving as former students themselves. Also, those who are about to be alumni, where are my seniors or other last year students at? Can you please stand and wave and shout, and let's applaud for them. You're not done yet. You've got at least one more competition and, of course, the rest of your school year. But congratulations, you are about to become alumni, and all those great opportunities await you, and we look forward to seeing you take advantage of them. Okay, we are getting closer and closer to actually competing in our game on the field. This year's game, as I've said a few times already, is Into the Deep, presented by RTX. For those perhaps new to FIRST or to the FIRST Tech Challenge, there's a new game challenge every year. And every year, our students and teams need to reinvent their applications to these challenges, reinvent their technologies, reinvent their problem solving to approach that year's particular game. Let's take a look at the game animation that'll teach us how to play Into the Deep. Well, all right, that's the game we're going to be playing today, and it's going to be coming up in just a few minutes. But before we do that, I've got to thank some people. That's right, it's the thank you portion of the program. All of these events, all FIRST events, are entirely volunteer run, and we need to acknowledge those people giving up their day to be here and help make this possible. I want to start with the loudest round of applause you have because they're not in the room. Give it up for your judges who are downstairs, led by our judge advisor, Alita Mendez-McCracken. On the field here, supervising gameplay, are going to be our referees, led by head referees Josh Klar and Kate Emery. Also making sure everything in this space is working correctly, our field technical advisors, our FTAs, led by Austin Fraunfelter. And helping making sure your robots are working correctly, our robot inspectors, led by lead robot inspector Marcel Rivard. And then finally, please, one more round of applause for all of our other volunteers, our scorekeepers, our queuers, our field reset, our check-in, our volunteer coordinators, our runners, everybody else who's making this event possible. Please give it up for them as well. And I suppose I ought to go off script for a minute and also thank our fabulous hosts here at the Amazon Meeting Center, and especially Graham Bear for making all this possible. Lastly, in our cavalcade of thanks, I need to recognize all of the adult members of our teams, our mentors, our coaches, our teachers who are spending just countless hours with these students, helping them learn the things they need to learn, make the things they need to make, overcome the challenges they face, and just grow not only as engineers and technologists, but as people. Mentors, coaches, please stand up and wave and let us acknowledge you. Okay, the ethos of FIRST, our guiding principle here in this program, is what we call gracious professionalism, a term coined and truly embodied by the late national advisor of the FIRST program, Dr. Woody Flowers. It is the thing that makes everything we do so unique among scholastic competitions. The fact that these teams and these students really embrace the idea that we're going to compete with each other sometimes, we're going to work with each other other times, and that we are all lifted up when we help each other be lifted up. And who better to explain the core value of gracious professionalism than the winners of the highest student award that is given out in the program of FIRST, the Dean's List Award. Let's hear from them. Let's have one more round of applause for our Dean's List winners. And of course, later on today, a small number of our students here at this event are going to become Dean's List finalists and advance to potentially win the Dean's List Award this season, which will be very exciting. Okay, let's talk about what the day is going to look like. In a few minutes, I'm going to be done talking at you for a little while, and we are going to load up on the field and play our first matches. We're going to go through about one round of matches, 9 or 10 or so. Then we're going to take a break for lunch. After lunch, we'll come back, and we're just going to plow on through the rest of our qualification matches for the day before getting to our alliance selection procedure, where we will have 6 alliances of 2 teams each formed, and they will enter into our double elimination playoff bracket, where we will ultimately crown our 2024-25 Washington State First Tech Challenge champions. And in the middle of that, we're going to give out a whole bunch of judged awards as well. So we hope everybody will stick with us throughout the day and see the great work that these teams have put together. All right, one last thing. Pop quiz. What's the velocity of an unladen swallow? Yes, very good. Thank you. Now that I've got your attention, let's draw your attention to our exits over here. Stage left, house right. That's that direction. We have a few more emergency exits. Notice no exits on this side. So in an emergency, do not go that way. Go that way. We have a first aid kit against the wall on the side here. We have an AED, a defibrillator on the wall there, and we have a fire extinguisher in the back here. If there is an emergency and any of those things are necessary, that is where they are. And hopefully we all, teams, volunteers, spectators, parents, are aware of it and can help out now. Of course, in an emergency, please make sure you listen to any instructions and you do what is necessary safely and in an orderly fashion. And perhaps more importantly than all of that, please take care of your emotional and mental safety throughout the day today. This can be an intense environment. It's going to get a little loud. It's going to get a little exciting. If you need a moment step outside and take it. If something is happening that is making you uncomfortable as a student, please find a trusted adult, whether that's a coach, a mentor, a parent, one of the volunteers here that you have faith in. Let them or us know what's going on so that we can take care of you and help you take care of yourself. All right, at this time, I will ask that you please stand if you are able and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. Hey, who's ready to play robots? Well, fantastic. We've got 24 teams ready to play robots as well. I'm going to ask match 1 over here on my right to come load your robots onto the field. We're going to bring up the music. And while we are doing all of that, I'm going to introduce you to the other voice you'll be hearing all day long, my friend and game announcer, Austin Gentry.
Good morning, folks. Who's ready to get into the deep?
Match 1 is coming your way in just a moment. Well, folks, we are queued up. Let's meet our teams for qualification match number 1. On the Red Alliance, on the right side of the field from the audience view, it's going to be Team 19745.
They're a community team from Redmond, Washington. That's the Turtle Walkers.
And they'll be joined in this match by Team 17077.
From Adna Middle High School, Adna Robotics.
Opposite them on the blue side of the field, give it up for 6424.
They're from Olympia High School. That's Holy Cow.
And their alliance partners, Team 18225.
A community team from Bellevue, High Definition.
I got thumbs in the air from my head referee and my scorekeeper. Let's get this show on the road. Drivers in your boxes. We play in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 1 underway, and we have started here at the Washington State Championship. Let's see what exciting gameplay we have across our event here in Autonomous. We have just about 18 seconds remaining as plenty of samples and specimens make their way up into scoring position. And the Robotics drops off a couple of samples. One ends up in the net zone. That's going to be good for 1 point. Several of them making their way up into the high basket for 8. One last attempt. Not quite.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And with that countdown, we now enter 2 minutes of teleoperated control. Drivers picking up their controllers and controlling their robots directly. Once again, the bottom right corner of the field is Adna Robotics, that black and yellow robot dropping off samples into that high basket. Each one of those worth 8 points apiece to their alliance score. That live score up on the board currently 190 to 121 in favor of the Red Alliance, but all of these numbers just keep on ticking upwards. On the left side of the field is the Blue Alliance. 18225 is High Definition. They're at the Blue Alliance basket, scoring additional samples into that upper basket. 8 points apiece as they try to add to their score to catch up against the Red Alliance deficit. 214 to 143 now, your current live score, with 1 minute and 15 seconds left to play on the clock. On the Red Alliance side of the field is the Turtle Walkers, that machine in green. Looks like they may have a game piece stuck in their machine. Yes, there it is. That specimen now out of their machine, as each robot can only control 1 sample or specimen at a time. Now the Turtle Walkers cycling back and forth from their observation zone, quickly trying to score specimens onto their Red Alliance high chamber at 10 points each. They're adding to their total alliance score. Blue Alliance also continuing to score points. They're doing an excellent job here trying to catch up with that lead. 64-24, that's Holy Cow. They're reaching into the submersible zone. That submersible zone quickly being picked clean here in match 1. And with that whistle, we are at the 30-second mark. We are now in endgame as teams look to attempt to ascend upwards in the air. At semifinals a few weeks ago, we saw some interesting climbs here. We'll see if we'll get some level 3 climbs on this submersible here in match 1. 11 seconds now on the clock as Adna Robotics heads up on the Red Alliance side of the submersible. They head up in the air, latch onto those level 3 bars. They're joined by the Turtle Walkers. They swing forward. Several robots in the air as time expires on match 1. Our referees will need some time to validate those results. And when those scores are ready, we will have them up on the board. Scores now confirmed from that first match, and up on board we go. We got into the deep. We do this time today on win score 359 to 246. Some excellent results there in match 1. We now make our way to field 2. for our second match of the day.
Well, good morning, everybody. Just for the record, I've been informed that the current world record for Into the Deep is somewhere in the vicinity of 400, and we just put up 359 in the first match of the day, so it's going to be a fun one. Hey, match two's on the field. Let's see if they can top it. Our teams on the Red Alliance begin with team 21-29.
They're sponsored by Microsoft, Google, and Apple. That's Quality Control.
And in this match, they'll be playing alongside team 25-717.
A community team from Renton, Rockin' Robots.
In the Blue Alliance station, it'll be team 14-179.
They're a community team from Redmond. That's the Sushi Squad.
And their alliance partners, team 98-76.
Out of Capitol High School in Olympia, the Countdown.
Okay, boxes. We play our game in 3, 2, 1, go.
Some excellent scores in the first match. Let's see how far we can go. We're in match number 2. 23 seconds left in Autonomous as all 4 robots look to gather samples and place them in various scoring positions on the field. Top right corner, that red robot is Quality Control. They're quickly trying to score specimens prepared by their human player onto that high chamber. 3 specimens scored successfully thus far. Now make that 4 for a total of 40 points there on that chamber.
Pick up your controls. 3, 2, 1.
As we enter teleop. Also of note from the Autonomous Sushi Squad doing some excellent work there scoring specimens on the Blue Alliance side of the submersible as well. 3 specimens successfully making it there in Autonomous for 30 points in Autonomous, in addition to another 30 points for if those specimens remain on the chamber at the end of this match for teleop points. Unfortunately, a 4th specimen does fall into the submersible zone, but that's all right as they quickly now in teleop score another specimen. That puts our live score 112-104 with just under 90 seconds left to play. At the front of the field is Rockin' Robots of the Red Alliance. They gently push a yellow sample towards the submersible. Looks like they're trying to reach in to get one in their claw. They do grasp one successfully and make their way back towards the net for a potential up to 8 points if they can score it there in the corner of the field. Over for the Blue Alliance, 9876 is the countdown. They are, looks like, pushing a sample into the net zone. That's going to be 1 point additional to their alliance score as we enter under a minute left to play. Sushi Squad on the Blue Alliance side. They're lining up, and they now successfully score yet another specimen onto that Blue Alliance high chamber. Another 10 points to their alliance score. They are very close here in our live score, 152-133. As we are 5 seconds away from our end game, we see plenty of specimens up on both of the chambers. There is that whistle now. Teams will have to be careful navigating around a submersible as there are some additional protections in the ascent zones. Now here comes Quality Control on the right side. They have a potential stockpile of specimens as they now try to cycle them up onto that high chamber. They have 10 seconds left in the match to do some final scoring of samples and specimens and try to climb. Sushi Squad on the back side, lining up at the high chamber. They barely make it off the ground. Referees have some things to sort out. We'll be back for your scores in a moment. After a brief discussion, scores now in for match 2 up on the left screen. We dive into the deep once again. Red Alliance takes the win in that match. Score of 190 to 154. Excellent work there in match number 2.
And match number 3 now loaded on the field. Let's meet our teams. As always, we begin with the Red Alliance, and that is Team 8103.
From Eastside Preparatory School in Kirkland, Null Robotics.
They'll be joined in this match by Team 24131.
They're out of Liberty Senior High School in Renton. That's the Minutemen.
Our Blue Alliance for this match consists of Team 19589.
From Ridgeline High School in Liberty Lake, that's Falcons Robotics.
And Team 19708.
Sponsored by Intel, Microsoft, and First Washington. That's the Emerald Bots.
We're ready to rock. We're ready to roll. Let's get drivers in your boxes. Match number 3 in 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go again. Match number 3 out of the 36 qualification matches that we will be playing today. Looks like free robots currently in motion with about 18 seconds left of autonomous. 2 specimens making their way up onto the red high chamber. Now make that free, courtesy of, excuse me, the Minutemen. Additional specimens making their way up on the board. 10 points each as we exit autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As we enter teleop, under 2 minutes left to play, and currently a Red Alliance lead, 162 to 51, as all 4 robots come to life under the control of their drivers. Minutemen once again on the right side of the field. They reach in to the submersible zone, raise their arm up high, and drop that sample into their observation zone for the human player to convert into a specimen. For the Blue Alliance, the Emerald Bots and the Falcons both reaching into the submersible zone. They each have a yellow neutral sample. Those are good for score in the net zone or baskets. Both of those make their way up into the high basket. 8 points each for a total of 16 as they add to their Alliance score. Here at the front side in pink is Null Robotics. They're reaching into the front of the submersible. They make their way out with a yellow neutral sample. That one quickly into the high basket. Another 8 points added to their score. They're back again now for a red Alliance specific sample. All of those samples making their way into the basket worth the same amount of points, but those Alliance specific samples could potentially be converted into a specimen by their human player. Red Alliance human player, however, already has a pile of specimens ready and waiting for their robots to deliver to the side of the submersible. Looks like the Minutemen doing that just now as they deliver those specimens towards that high chamber. 10 points each as we enter our end game. Under 30 seconds left to play. Null Robotics continuing to score in the basket. Same for the Blue Alliance and with Falcon Robotics. Bottom left corner, you've got Emerald Bots also delivering more samples to the high basket. Will the Minutemen be able to clear out their collection of specimens and score them up onto the chamber? We've got 9 seconds left. Looks like we'll be focusing more on samples and specimens instead of ascents. And as I say that, Null Robotics makes their way up towards the ascent zone, but does not make it up off the tile. After a brief review, scores now in from that last match. Red Alliance takes the win in that match, 344 to 226.
Match 3's in the books. Match 4's on the field. Let's meet our teams on the Red Alliance. Give it up for 8934.
Lost by Anacortes Robotics Booster Club, Boeing and Anacortes Schools Foundation, Terminal Velocity.
And they're going to be joined by 7462.
Lost by OSPI Washington, Boeing and Ingram High School, Not to Scale.
The Blue Alliance for this match begins with team 18079.
They are a community team from Maple Valley, Accidental Success.
And they're joined by 9880.
Out of Edmonds Heights K-12, Aftershock.
Let's play our game, drivers, in your boxes. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 4, and all 4 robots moving in autonomous. Some initial scoring as a sample makes its way into the high basket from Not to Scale. Now make that 2 at 8 points apiece. That makes their score 16. Blue Alliance with 18 points on the board, and a couple of specimens now up on the high chamber from Aftershock. Third specimen unfortunately falls into the submersible zone, but still plenty of scoring elements to use in our game.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
2 minutes of teleop now to play on our clock. Aftershock pushing another sample into the observation zone. The human player quickly scoops that up. Now a second delivered as well. At the back corner is Accidental Success. They reach up towards those baskets, and I believe successfully deliver one before making their way back out. Our live score currently tied 75 to 75. We'll see how that changes as more scoring elements make their way into our various scoring locations. Speaking of scoring locations, Not to Scale, another sample in that high basket, and they add 8 points to their total score. At the back, 2 robots up against the backside of the submersible. That's Not to Scale, or not, excuse me, Terminal Velocity and Accidental Success, as they push up against each other, seemingly trying to get their way into the submersible zone. It's a pretty tight area for these robots to grab samples from. Not to Scale grabbing one from the right side of the submersible. They're joined by their alliance partner now as Terminal Velocity grabs yet another sample. They drop it off just in front of the net zone outside of that corner for their partner potentially to score into the baskets perhaps. Up goes Not to Scale now. They drop one in for 8. And they now line up with those other samples as we approach 30 seconds. We are now in endgame. More samples making their way up towards those high baskets. Still a fairly tight live score, just 10 points separating the difference, 133 to 123. But we've got a litany of blue specimens on the high chamber. Not to Scale climbing up on the front side of the submersible. They've got their hooks, and they make it all the way up to the level 3 climb. Some excellent work there. Meanwhile, Aftershock seemingly up in the air as well. We'll give some time for our referees to look things over, and we'll have your final scores when they're ready. Score is quickly confirmed from match 4, and up on the screen they go. We process that sample, and the Red Alliance takes the win in that match. 167 to 159, the final tally.
We're going to keep things rolling because we're late for lunch and nobody likes that. So we're back over here on field number 1 for qualification match number 5. Give it up for, on the Red Alliance, it's team 7935.
Brought by Pearson Packaging Systems, St. George's School, and Redwood Plastics and Rubber, the Dragons 2.0.
And hoping they don't drift off into deep space, it's team 14343.
A community team from Bellevue, Escape Velocity.
On the blue side of the field, blocking out the sun is going to be 11-138.
Lost by Microsoft, Boeing, and also a community team from Bellevue, Robo Eclipse.
And they're joined by team 19669.
Also a community team. They're from Sammamish, Systematic Chaos.
I got the okay to play. Let's get drivers in your spaces. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Starting quickly into match number 5 with 30 seconds of autonomous. 7935, that's the Dragons 2.0, scoring one on the low chamber. That's a pretty rare one, I think, here, at least in Washington State, where I believe 6 points to their Alliance score. 2 now free specimens up on the high chamber, courtesy of Robo Eclipse. They attempt a 4th, and that is successful as well. Various samples making their way up into the high baskets of both alliances.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
2 minutes to play in teleop as flags wave, but regardless of that, our live score currently tied at 115 to 115. Just as I say that, those numbers tick ever upwards. Beaufort Alliance robots on the right side of the field. They're trying to grab themselves some samples and specimens. Dragons score yet another specimen on the low chamber. Meanwhile, Escape Velocity trying to vie for another sample. They grab one, drop it off at the high basket. Now they're back again, another 8 points added to their score. They're trying to compete against the Blue Alliance's Robo Eclipse for space on that front side of the submersible. Robo Eclipse making their way over to the Blue Alliance observation zone. They've dropped off a few samples, and they have now been converted into specimens that they are now attempting to score on the left side of that submersible. Looks like 6 or so specimens up on that high chamber at 10 points each. Now a 7th as they add to their ever-filling high basket. Fortunately, 2 of those samples making their way outside of the field. Those will not be returned to play. So they have to be careful to try to line those samples in carefully to that full basket to make sure that they end up adding to their score. End game now as Dragons 2.0 drops off a sample into the net zone for 1 point. Escape Velocity, another 8-point sample successfully delivered. 20 seconds-ish now on the clock as at the top left corner, Robo Eclipse with a good high basket sample. Their alliance partner also trying to score one as well. I believe that one falls to the floor. Systematic Chaos now against the back of the submersible. They'll sit there. Or maybe not. Some last-second mechanisms springing up into the air and some attempts to climb. Our referees will verify those results, and they'll have your scores when you're ready. After brief out of scores now in front last match. Red Alliance takes away 227-225.
Match number 6, our last match before lunch. Maybe you didn't hear me. Our last match before lunch. I was like, what is this weird room I'm in where they don't like food? I don't understand. Anyway, let's meet our teams. Hopefully you remember this team. It's Team 21336.
They're sponsored by HP, Columbia Okura, and ProTech Composites. Their I Forgot.
And the force is strong with this one. It's Team 23849.
Sponsored by the Northwest Tech Future Foundation. That's Droid Force.
On the blue side of the field, couple of local teams. It's 23270.
Sponsored by Microsoft, Google, and Walmart. The Sounderbots.
And their alliance partners, 23511.
Sponsored by PTC, OnShape, and FRC 1294 pack of parts. That's Seattle Solvers.
Let's play our game. Drivers in your stations. We go in 3, 2, 1, go.
Last match before lunch. I'm sure these robots are hungry for some points as we score in autonomous. 20 seconds remaining as these numbers keep on ticking up. I Forgot at the bottom right corner. They're quickly scoring samples into that high basket. That's again 8 points each. Seattle Solvers at the bottom left. They're compact robots scoring specimens on the high chamber for blue. 10 points each. I see free now 4 specimens up on the chamber.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Red Alliance doing well as in that autonomous. 1 specimen scored on the high chamber for 10 points. I see a second attempt, unfortunately, on the playing field floor. But looks like they'll go ahead and pick that one up. That's going to be Droid Force delivering it back to their observation zone. Both Red robots attempting to grab samples from the observation zone. But at the front is Seattle Solvers, and I Forgot. They clash as they try to grab themselves samples from the observation zone. Now, I Forgot makes their way back out. Neutral sample successfully scored in the high basket, and 8 points successfully added to their score. Quick cycles now as they come back with another sample scored in that high basket as well. Looks like out of that scuffle, a robot sign now on the floor, but that's all right. They'll continue to drive as they interact once again at the front. Those intake mechanisms clashing as they each try to grab themselves a sample to add to their alliance score. 1 minute left to play. Red Alliance with a healthy lead, 209 to 129, but once again, still plenty of time for either alliance to continue to add to their point total. Seattle Solvers now, they have a collection of specimens prepared by the human player on the field wall. They'll be delivering those to the high chamber at 10 points each. Here comes another one and another one and another one. 33 seconds left on the clock with 9 specimens tallied up on that high chamber. Robot traffic at the bottom right as the Blue Alliance tries to get away from the Red Alliance net zone. Meanwhile, I Forgot. They're already up on that level 2 rung. Will they be able to reach up to level 3? Up they go. And they are successful. Their alliance partner, Droid Force, trying to climb as well. They appear to be off the tile. A last-minute climb from Solvers as well in the back. After some last-minute climbs and some discussion, scores now ready from match 6. One final dive before lunch. Red Alliance takes the win in that match as well. 322 to 218, your final score.
Well, that does it for our first batch of matches. Match number 7 is going to be back on the field at 12:50 p.m. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you all back here soon. Welcome back, friends, family, and robot fans from all around. We're back on field number 1 for qualification match number 7. And I've got 4 teams excited to play Into the Deep, presented by RTX. Let's meet them. First up on the Red Alliance, say hey for 7462.
We're right here in Seattle. That's not to scale.
And keeping our standards high, it's 21-29.
They're from Bellevue. Quality Control.
Birds of Prey in the house from 19589.
From Liberty Lake, Washington. Falcons Robotics.
And give it up for 6424.
From Olympia. Holy cow.
We got the okay to go. Let's get drivers in your stations. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome back from lunch. We are ready to play our game as multiple samples make their way up towards the baskets. Also making its way towards the basket is, in fact, a robot there at the top left corner of your screen or field. Looks like that's 6424. Holy cow. We'll see if they can free themselves from that position after our autonomous mode, which we still got just about 7 seconds left of. Meanwhile, the other free robots continuing to score game pieces. Several specimens up on the chambers.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Exiting tally up, and we'll see if Holy Cow can free themselves from the field wall. Just about 2 minutes left to play in our match. Current live score in favor of red, 111 to 59, excuse me. Falcons Robotics of the Blue Alliance, that other Blue Alliance partner in green. Looks like they're pushing a sample towards the observation zone. They've already got 1 specimen prepared to convert into one specimen already prepared to score on the submersible as they ready another sample for the human player to convert. I see 3 specimens on the high chamber for blue. That's going to be 30 points in total up on that rung. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 specimens on the Red Alliance high chamber. For a total of 60 points there as well. Just about a minute left to play in the match now. Live score still in favor of red, 197 to 69. As our field crew continues to try to see if they can get Holy Cow now free from the field wall and back on the playing field tile. Trying to get them back reconnected to see if they can hopefully rejoin in our match. Both Red Alliance robots attempting to score some additional samples. Quality control, good with a Red Alliance specific sample in the high basket at the bottom right. That's good for 8. Not to scale, continuing to work on the specimens. Yet another one makes its way up onto the high chamber for 10. As they return with another, we now hit 25 seconds remaining. 3 robots continuing to be active on our field. Falcons going for 1 last specimen. Quality control going for yet another sample. Will they decide to climb? No, they decide to go for another sample. Not to scale, up in the air. They're on to level 2. Up go the hooks. Can they get the level 3? 5 seconds remain. They inch on ever upwards. 1 second left. After brief discussion, scores now in from that last match. Deep underwater, that score goes to the Red Alliance, 341 to 147.
That's 7 matches down. That means, if my math is right, 29 more to play. Qualification match number 8 over here on field 2. Let's say hello to our teams. The Red Alliance begins with team 11-138.
Out of Bellevue, Robo Eclipse.
And they're going to be joined by team 19-708.
They are from Sammamish, and they're called the Emerald Bots.
On the blue end, it'll be 14-179.
From Redmond, Sushi Squad.
And our current number 2 seed, it's 19-745.
They are also from Redmond, the Turtle Walkers.
We have cleared up the confusion on the field and we're ready to play. Let's get our teams in their stations. Qualification match number 8 in 3, 2, 1, go!
Everything all fully charged. We're ready to play qualification match number 8 with 4 robots moving on the field. Looks like in the bottom right corner, we've got the Emerald bots. They score 2, now attempting for free samples in the high basket. That third one falls into the net zone. That one's going to be worth 1, but they try again now. Now free samples successfully scored, each for 8 points. Blue Alliance quickly scoring specimens, courtesy of the Turtle Walkers up on the high chamber. Likewise is Robo Eclipse.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
2 minutes of teleoperated control now to play. Live score 136 to 104, with several specimens making their way up on the high chambers. I see 4 on the scoreboard for red, and now 4 on the scoreboard for, now 5 actually on the scoreboard for blue as well. But regardless of those numbers, our robots are continuing to score under the direction of their human drivers. Some additional samples and specimens all over the field. Both robots in green, Emerald bots and the Turtle Walkers, quickly dropping off samples to their human players in the observation zone. Those human players quickly attaching clips and converting them into specimens to score up on those chambers for potential up to 10 points each. That could be a huge difference maker in this match. Our score, well, it was separated by just 4 points. Now just a little bit more, now 2 points. As these numbers keep on changing, the lead flips to blue. But both alliances racing to score their specimens onto the high chamber. Emerald bots with a specimen that's successfully secured for 10 points. Turtle Walkers delivering a sample into their observation zone. They've got several specimens queued up, ready to go. Their alliance partner, Sushi Squad, successfully scores yet another neutral sample into the high basket. That is good for another 8 points. Robo Eclipse now in the bottom right corner as we enter under 30 seconds left to play. They're scoring neutral samples. Emerald bots also scoring neutral samples. Looks like they're all done with specimens for this match. So they'll try to maximize as much as they can out of that basket scoring. Sushi Squad attempting to score as well in the baskets. Emerald bots going for, Turtle Walkers going for one last specimen for blue. 3 seconds left in the match. Referees kneeling down, trying to verify whether these climbs are valid or not. They'll discuss all of that, and we will have your final scores in just a moment. After a brief discussion, we do have an update from that last match. The head referee is issuing a yellow card to Team 111 Free 8 Robo Eclipse for violation of Rule G410 for possessing or controlling more 3 or more samples at a single time. That is a yellow card, Rule G410 to 111 Free 8. With that said, we do have the results from that last match. Blue Alliance takes the win in that match, 374 to 302 with a new event high score.
We're going to keep things moving. It's time for qualification match number 9 back here on field 1. Let's meet our teams. 3, 2, 1, 9876.
From Capital High School, that's the countdown.
And blasting off, it's team 14343.
They're blasting out of Bellevue. It's Escape Velocity.
If you just felt the ground shake, it might have been team 9880.
They're from Edmonds. It's an Aftershock.
And joining them on the Blue Alliance is 23270.
Out of Sammamish, the Sounderbots.
Hey, let's play our game. Teams in your stations. 3, 2, 1, dive!
We're rolling into match number 9 as samples go flying out of the field. That one from Escape Velocity escaping out of the field, but they scored 2, hopefully, well, they tried to score a 3rd, but 2 successfully scored in the high basket for a total of 16 points. They now grab one from the submersible zone, and that one is good as well. Blue Alliance attempting to score as well. I see 3 blue specimens on the high chamber. They're attempting to secure a 4th. That one's good.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
We exit Autonomous and enter 2 minutes of teleop with a live score of 92 to 60. Well, was 64, now 72 in favor of Blue Alliance at the moment. But just a few scores on the high chamber could fix that for really either of our alliances. Countdown at the back right corner of the field. Seemingly motionless for now, but they do seem potentially lined up as their claw flips around. They do have a specimen ready and waiting on that field wall in the observation zone. They could potentially score that for up to 10 points. Another sample making its way into the high basket from Escape Velocity. They've had a couple fall out of the field. Those ones, unfortunately, will not return to play, but they are still doing fairly well, securing some great points to their alliance score to catch up to the Blue Alliance. Speaking of that Blue Alliance, at the back left corner is the Sounderbots. They score yet another sample in the basket for 8. Aftershock. Looks like they scored a specimen on the high chamber, but in the process, one flew out. So net, no points there, but they did successfully score a specimen on the 10-point rung. They now return another specimen, now adding 10 points to their score, furthering their lead as we approach our end game. They're now above the 200 mark, 206 to 144, your current live score, with 25 seconds left in our match. Escape Velocity trying to go for one last game piece. That sample is good for 8. Aftershock looking to latch on to a specimen as their alliance partner, the Sounderbots, drop off another sample. Now, Sounderbots lining up with the level 1 bar, the low rung, excuse me. Aftershock heading up. Escape Velocity, they ratchet all the way up to the level 3 bar. Scores now certified for match number 9, and into the deep we go once again. Submersible goes bleep bloop. Blue Alliance takes the win in that match. Score of 274 to 193, I think it said. As we now make our way over to field number 2.
Rolling right along with qualification match number 10. The Red Alliance for this match kicks off with team 25717.
From Renton, that's Rockin' Robots.
They've been summoned. Joining them on the Red Alliance, it'll be 23511.
From Sammamish, the Seattle Solvers.
Everything they do is 100% deliberate. It's team 18079.
We call that an accidental success.
And if they look just a little too clear to you, it's because it's 18225.
Streaming to you live from Bellevue, it's high definition.
They're a little out of date. The standard's 4K now. Hey, we got a game to play. Let's get our teams in their stations. In 3, 2, 1, go!
We're ready to watch match number 10 here on field 2. Samples making their way all over the place. It looks like High Def pushing them from their starting positions on the spike marks into their observation zone, quickly converted into specimens. 2 specimens already up on the high chamber for the Blue Alliance. Now a third one from high definition. The Alliance partner accidental success attempting to score in the baskets. Looks like no samples in the baskets on this occasion.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
We exit autonomous. Live score 105 to 68 in favor of blue, with several specimens already on the high chamber for both of our alliances. Blue Alliance having just one more, 4 specimens to free. So we're going to have a bit of traffic on the front and back sides of the submersible as accidental success makes their way out towards the observation zone. They drop off a sample, score a specimen, earn themselves 10 points. You know, the usual for them. Meanwhile, at the backside of the field, a Red Alliance robot and a Blue Alliance robot both make their way away from the submersible with a sample. They now quickly cycle back. Now only accidental, or I believe that's high def actually, with a sample away towards their net zone, or actually into the high basket for 8 points. Seattle Solvers parked in front of their observation zone. Looks like they're changing their op modes as they go ahead and grab or drop or something in the observation zone. They drop off a red sample ready for conversion into a specimen. Meanwhile, they grab one. On it goes to the high chamber for another 10 points to their score. 42 seconds left to play in our match. Blue Alliance still holding a solid lead, 227 to 96, but still plenty of time for specimens and ascents to change that. Under 30 seconds left to play as accidental success lines up for one additional specimen. That is successfully clipped onto their high chamber. Another 10 points added to their score as high definition goes for another sample into the upper basket as well. That's good for 8. Both Red Alliance robots looking for some final activities here in the last 7 seconds of our game. Rocket Robots sample in hand going up for the level 2 climb. Seattle Solvers last second. Might gain some extra scrutiny from the referees as they verify our scores. Scores now confirmed for match 10, and up on the screen they go. Blue Alliance takes the win in that match. Final score 284 to 171.
We're going to roll right along. Qualification match number 11. Our teams are making their final preparations. Let's find out who they are. First up, as always, we start with the Red Alliance, and it begins with Team 19669.
Out of Sammamish, Systematic Chaos.
And hopefully they can make it about 2.5 times their team name. It's Team 24131.
That's the Minutemen.
Because a match is 2.5 minutes. Yeah, okay, we're good. On the Blue Alliance, say hey to Team 8103.
Out of Kirkland, Null Robotics.
And they're going to be joined by Team 21336.
I forgot.
Kate's taking a long enough break from laughing at my hilarious jokes to give me a thumbs up. So let's get drivers in your stations. Match number 11 in 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we are for match 11, and all 4 robots once again moving, scoring in autonomous. I forgot at the bottom left corner, sweeping those pre-stage samples into their observation zone. They now quickly turn around, grab a specimen, and score 10, 20, 30 points there on that high chamber as they quickly score specimens. But let's not forget the Red Alliance. As 19669, that Systematic Chaos, they also score 4 specimens.
Controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Some excellent cheers their last second in autonomous. They successfully score 6 total specimens on the Blue Alliance chamber, courtesy of I Forgot. They did not forget to pack their autonomous and their various specimens scored on the high chamber. We now have 1 minute and 40 seconds-ish to play in teleoperated control. A live score of 248 to 159. Greatly helped there by their autonomous score. Now all 4 robots diving into the submersible zone, looking for samples to grab and to place. Minutemen quickly cycling back and forth from the front of the submersible. They grab themselves a sample, drop it off. Grab a sample, drop it off into that high basket at 8 points apiece. Back of the field in the pink is Null Robotics of the Blue Alliance. They're attempting to grab a sample, get briefly bumped into by the Systematic Chaos. Now Systematic Chaos is the robot away with a red sample. Looks like they intend to convert it into a specimen at the back corner of the field. Null Robotics, they return back to their net zone. Another sample in the high basket is good for 8. 43 seconds remain on the clock. 350 to 231, still in favor of Blue, but Red Alliance continues to add to their score ever closer. But just look at that Blue Alliance chamber, an absolute row flush of high chamber scored specimens for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance has several specimens ready to go. They will attempt to score them. 2 specimens unfortunately fall to the floor. 15 seconds remain on the clock. I Forgot reaching up for the low rung. They'll try to reach up for that upper rung. Minutemen going for one last sample in the submersible zone. No Robotics in the Blue Alliance trying to go for the climb as well. And that live score is very interesting. Live score 402 to 255. That's again unofficial score. Some amazing work there, but our referees will do their final checks before we have our official score. A little bit of statistics work here just for a moment. My tablet currently shows me as the official live score, or the official world record score set was today at some event in Langley. They set a penalty subtracted score of 419. That's, I believe, is our current world record. We had a very high score on that live score from all of those specimens and that climb, everything that happened on that field. Let's see what those results are up on the screen. The Blue Alliance takes the win with a new event high score, 452 points to 263, with 5 points of fouls. Take those away. We have a new official penalties removed world record. Congratulations to both alliances. Excellent work throughout that match. Congratulations. Let's see if we can top that score. We're on our way to our next match on field 2.
Well done.
Not a lot of room to top that score, Austin, if I understand the system correctly, but very well done to our Blue Alliance over there on field 1. We got a lot more robot action to come today, though. Let's meet our teams for qualification match number 12. Our Red Alliance begins with team 23-849.
Out of Bellevue, Droid Force.
And they've upgraded recently because it's 7935.
From Spokane, Dragons 2.0.
For the Blue Alliance, it'll be 17077.
They're out of Adna, Washington. That's Adna Robotics.
And this team just can't move any faster. It's 8934.
From Anacortes, Washington, Terminal Velocity.
Field is ready to play. Josh says we're all good. Let's get drivers in your stations. In 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, folks, match number 12, and all 4 robots moving once again in autonomous as we quickly get some scoring on the board. 1 specimen apiece for each of our alliances. And the robotics unfortunately misaligned here in their pre-programmed instructions. They end up wedged in the barrier of the submersible. They're going and stop that one for now. Red Alliance continuing to score. They're attempting another specimen on the high chamber. That one unfortunately falls.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Droid Force will have to be careful on that one as they try to get that scoring element out of the robot. They do just that, and they are now free to attempt to add additional points to their alliance score. Both Blue Alliance robots now active here in Teleop as Adna Robotics now quickly scores a neutral sample in the high basket, adding 8 points to their tally. They're now quickly back with another. On the opposite side of the field, in the bottom right corner, is the Red Alliance. I believe that's Dragons 2.0, scoring another neutral sample now in the high basket as well. Another 8 points to the Red Alliance's score. 133-39, your current live score, with just about 1 minute and 18 seconds left to play on the clock. Another specimen making its way up to the Red Alliance high chamber. That's courtesy of Droid Force. They now turn around with a third. That one is successful as well for 10. As we have a bit of traffic in front of the bottom of the submersible. 8934 is terminal velocity. They're trying to pick up a scoring element as they make their way around. Actually, can't quite tell what they're doing. Maybe they're trying to play some defense perhaps or something as they make their way carefully navigating around the field. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance, Dragons 2.0, they dropped off a game piece in the red net zone. They're looking for another one. Their claws trying to grab hold of any samples here in the submersible zone. 28 seconds left to play as we are in our end game. And the robotics, black and yellow, dropping off a blue sample in the high basket. They now go for the ascent. Bottom right corner, Dragons 2.0. They're carefully elevating a neutral sample towards that high basket. That's good for 8. And the robotics motors whirring as they do swing forward. Looks like they do end up resting up on that low ascent rung. Our referees will confirm if that is valid for an ascent and at what level. Once that is confirmed along with everything else, we'll have our scores. Scores now in from match 12. And towards the submersible we go once again. Blue Alliance takes the win in that last match, 205 to 146.
We are 1/3 of the way through our qualification competition. That means there's 2/3 left to go. We call that math. So match number 13 is up next. Say hello to team 18225.
From Bellevue, that's high definition.
And they're going to be joined by 23270.
They're out of Sammamish. That's the Sounderbots.
The Blue Alliance is led off by team 19708.
They're also from Sammamish. That's the Emerald Bots.
And something's just a little off with this team's dimensions. It's 7462.
I think they're not to scale.
We're ready to play. Let's get teams in your stations. Qualification match 13 in 3, 2, 1, go!
Horn sounds on match 13, and we are underway. All 4 robots picking up samples, scoring all over the darn place. As high definition in the back top right corner, they drop off a red sample, they pick up a red specimen. That's good on the high chamber for 10 additional points. Top left corner for the Blue Alliance is the Emerald Boss. They successfully scored 2 yellow neutral samples up on the high basket. They successfully identified a 3rd sample in the submersible zone. That one unfortunately falls to the floor.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
We exit autonomous with 5 red specimens scored on the high chamber. 50 points in autonomous plus additional 50 points if they remain on the chamber at the end of teleop. That puts our live score at a strong 151 to 70. We've got just over 1 minute 40 left to play. Both Blue Alliance robots hunting for samples. Emerald Bots grabs one of the pre-stage samples on the back spike marks. That one is good for 8 in the basket. Bottom right corner, high definition. 1 sample unfortunately falls out of the field, but they quickly 50 points to 172. 35 seconds remain. We are quickly approaching our end game. There it is now. Trains come pulling into the station, and our robots may or may not pull into the ascent zones. They try to go for some last-minute samples and specimens. Emerald Boss to top left. 1 more sample, good for 8. Bottom right corner, high definition. Another sample, also good for 8. Both red robots in their ascent zone, not to scale. They're on to level 2. They're reaching for level 3. Up they go. Emerald Boss latching on. High def latching on. Sounder Boss latching on. All 4 robots attempting to get in the air, but our referees have the final say on whether these climbs were valid. They'll validate that and the rest of the scoring on the field and have your final scores in a moment. Referees completed their discussion for qualification match 13, and up on the board we go. Red Alliance takes the win in that last match, 345 to 259, as both Red Alliance robots move upwards in the rankings to 7th and 8th. We will be playing a 6 Alliance playoff later in the day, so those first several spots extremely valuable as we continue on our qualification day. Speaking of our qualification day, we'll be moving onwards to our next match over on field 2, match number 14, in just a moment.
It's qualification match number 14. And over here on field number 2, fresh off their world record setting match, give it up for 21-336.
Out of Vancouver, I forgot.
Looking to break that record, we'll be joining them, team 11-138.
Robo Eclipse.
The Blue Alliance for this match will include team 21-229.
That's Quality Control.
And team 9880.
Aftershock.
Let's play our game, drivers, teams in your stations. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Some exciting stuff here in qualification match 14. We've got some fairly high-ranking teams here on the field. So we're expecting a very exciting match here. Current live score in Autonomous tied 26-26 with robots approaching the submersible, both successfully scoring specimens on the high chamber, but I forgot with a third, now a fourth. Aftershock successfully scoring a third specimen as well for Blue, now a fourth for them as well.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
2 minutes of teleoperated play. And our live score currently in favor of red, but not by much, 187 to 138. And those blue numbers just keep on increasing as they successfully score additional samples. And I believe the high basket, another one good from Quality Control for 8 points. They've got a fairly thin robot as they make their way towards that corner once again. Another 8 points on the board. Meanwhile, Robo Eclipse and Aftershock compete for space on the front side of the submersible. They each make their way back towards their corners with one additional sample. Robo Eclipse scoring a neutral sample. That's good for 8. Now another quickly followed. 8 additional points to their Alliance score. I forgot on the back right corner of the field, they've stockpiled several specimens and Red Alliance specific samples, and they'll try to score those onto the high chamber at 10 points each. They're trying to add to their previous world record total. 251 to 222, your current live score, with under a minute left to play. And as each of those specimens make their way up onto the high chamber, they're going to be 10 points each. Live score shows 13 specimens there on that red high chamber. Aftershock for the Blue Alliance, not far behind either. They've got, looks like, 9 specimens for the Blue Alliance on that high chamber. 26 seconds now left on the clock. Robo Eclipse going for one last sample. Quality Control jumping in as well. I forgot grabbing themselves another yellow sample towards the high basket. That's good for 8. And now I forgot they are up on the level 2. They'll try to go for the level 3. Aftershock trying to lash on to that low rung. Quality Control, they've got hooks up in the air. I forgot up in the air for free. Eclipse parked in the observation zone. Referees have indicated they need some additional time to review that match, so we'll be back after the review. With the review now complete, scores in from that last match. Beep, 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 beep. Red Alliance takes the win in that match, 372 to 304. I forgot moving up in the rankings. They currently occupy the number 2 slot. We'll see how those rankings shift as we make our way on over to qualification match number 15 on field 1.
Qualification match number 15 on the field here on field number 1. On the Red Alliance, give it up for 24-131.
Out of Renton, the Minutemen.
And their Alliance partners, 14-179.
Out of Redmond, the Sushi Squad.
It's 2 4-digit teams on the Blue Alliance. Give it up for 79-35.
Out East in Spokane, that's the Dragons 2.0.
And joining them, 64-24.
All the way from down south, holy cow.
We got a big thumbs up. Let's play our game. Drivers in your stations. We go in 3, 2, 1, go.
I see 1, I see 2, I see 3, I see all 4 robots moving here in qualification match number 15. 20 seconds remain in autonomous. Neutral sample, unfortunately not in the high basket for red on that occasion. Sushi Squad, they just scored 1 in the high basket. They scored 1 in the net zone, 1 outside the field, and we're briefly attempting level 4 climb. That's not a thing. They stop for now. Meanwhile, several specimens on the high chamber for red.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
2 minutes now on the clock in teleop as Sushi Squad attempts to free themselves from the clutches of the low basket. They raise their arm and make their way out of that corner. Meanwhile, 5 specimens already scored on the high chamber for the Red Alliance. 1 on the low for blue, I believe, from the Dragons. That puts our live score at just over 90 seconds at 127 to 39 in favor of red. Sushi Squad, front and center, grabbing a red sample from the submersible zone. They now quickly scurry their way towards their observation zone, dropping it off for the Minutemen human player to convert to a specimen. Sushi Squad, some sort of pre-programmed routine here as they carefully back away, rotate their claw. Some sort of alignment going on here. Looks like they may be trying to grab themselves a sample from the submersible zone, perhaps, or lining up with that specimen. We got some field crew working here to try to get them back up to speed. And here they are now once again reaching into the submersible zone for another game piece. Meanwhile, bottom left corner is 64-24. Holy cow, looks like they'll need some technical support as well. They got another lovely member of our field crew just behind them, trying to get them reconnected. Top left corner of the field of the Blue Alliance is the Dragons 2.0. As we enter the last 30 seconds of the match, another successful high sample scored by both Dragons and the Minutemen. Minutemen score yet another and another and another. Here comes a third sample scored in our last 30 seconds of the match. 8 points added to their total. They're trying to catch, or not catch, they're trying to further their lead, 231 to 95, with 7 seconds left to play. Precarious last samples scored on top of that overflowing basket. Some interesting end locations for our robots and a very full red high basket. Referees will confirm their final counts and we'll be back with your scores. Scores now confirmed for match 15. Under the sea we go. Red Alliance takes the win in that match, 262 to 101.
Qualification match 16 is up next. Yes, we can count, and yes, we're going to do it every time because that's good emceeing. On our Red Alliance, it's our number 3 seeded team. Say hey to 19745.
From Redmond, the Turtle Walkers.
And they're going to be joined by team 19669.
From a town directly south of them, from Sammamish, Systematic Chaos.
Currently positioned 5th in our standings. It's 8934.
All the way from Anacortes, Washington, Terminal Velocity.
And look, it's a bird. It's a plane. It's 25717.
Rockin' Robots.
We got the okay to play. Let's get on with it. Drivers in your stations. We go in 3, 2, 1, go.
We can count to 16. That's qualification match 16 out of the total of 36 we'll be playing today. Rockin' Robots attempts to score a sample in the baskets. That one unfortunately falls away. Now a second one, a little bit of a practice run as they try to get their alignment just right. No dice on this one, but still plenty of time to score overall. Meanwhile, several specimens on the high chamber for both red and blue.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
With 4 specimens on the high chamber for red and 2 for blue. That puts our live score out of autonomous 96 to 46 with 1 minute and 50 seconds left to play. Bit of traffic at the front of the field as Terminal Velocity tries to sneak by Systematic Chaos. Systematic Chaos doing what they do best, cause a little bit of chaos, navigating around, clashing into robots, picking up samples, dropping them off in the high basket. That's another one good for 8 points as they further their lead. On the backside in green is the Turtle Walkers. They drop off another red sample. I see 5 specimens on the field wall, ready and awaiting to add to the 4 already scored on the high chamber for that alliance. On the left side is, I believe, actually, I believe it's Rockin' Robots as they score another sample into the high basket. That's good for 8 additional points to their score. 53 seconds now left on the clock, and the lead still in favor for red. But both alliances have scores in the triple digits, 176 to 110. Turtle Walkers working on transporting all of their specimens onto the submersible. They've got a pile on that red high chamber at 10 points each. 2-2-2 now their score as we enter 30 seconds left to play. On the backside, Rockin' Robots reaching upwards with another yellow sample. That one is good in the basket for 8. Systematic Chaos reaching all the way across the submersible zone to snag themselves a yellow sample. That one unfortunately falls away out of the field. They now grab another sample, a red one. That one's good for 8. 6 seconds left on the clock as Rockin' Robots is up in the air. Many specimens on the chambers. Turtle Walkers trying to climb. A lot of action late in the match. Referees have marked that match as under review. Before we release the scores from that last match, we do have an update. Team 19669 is being issued a yellow card for violation of rule G410, control of 3 game pieces simultaneously. That is a yellow card to 19669 for violation of rule G410. With that said, we are otherwise ready to post our scores. And victory goes to the Red Alliance, 316 to 221.
We're ready for qualification match number 17. If you're feeling watched in this particular match, that's because 3 of our 4 robots on the field have googly eyes on them. 17077, maybe see a friend later and join the party. Our Red Alliance on this match is Team 9876.
From Olympia, that's the countdown.
And their alliance partners, 19589.
They're out of Liberty Lake, that's Falcons Robotics.
Our lone googlyless robot on the field, but they're in 4th place, so feeling pretty good about themselves. It's 17077.
Out of Adna, Washington, Adna Robotics.
Yar, mateys. And they're going to be joined on this Blue Alliance by 23511.
From Sammamish, Seattle Solvers.
Field is set, thumbs are up. Teams are in their alliance stations. We go in 3, 2, 1, go.
We've got a countdown on our field, so we're ready to play our match. 4 robots. We're moving in autonomous. Looks like Falcons parks for now in the net zone. With our autonomous program stopped. Meanwhile, their alliance partner in the top right for red. Countdown quickly snapping a red specimen onto the high chamber. It's good for 10. Solvers, 1, 2, now free specimens scored for blue. Countdown, 2, now free specimens as well.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Quick scoring all around in autonomous, and as we enter 2 minutes of teleoperated play, the live score shows 139 to 60. Currently in favor of the Blue Alliance, but still plenty of time for all robots to add to their point total. Seattle Solvers on the left side of the field, reaching in to the submersible zone. Looks like they decide to go for a better position in front of the submersible instead. They have their eyes set on blue samples that they can potentially convert into a specimen. On the backside, we got Solvers success, or not Solvers, excuse me, Adna Robotics successfully scoring a sample in the high basket. Now a second. Each of those good for 8. As the countdown makes away with a red sample. That's dropped off in the observation zone as they navigate their way back towards the submersible zone to grab yet another. I see at least 3, maybe even 4, I can't quite tell from my angle, specimens prepared on that field wall for when they feel the time is right. 48 seconds left on that clock. As the countdown tries to flip their wrist around, they're trying to snap that clip onto that high chamber for 10. They go and drop that one back in the observation zone for their human player to reset, and they line up with another specimen. 30 seconds now left to play. They have all of these specimens prepared, but they've got to get them onto the high chamber for them to count for those 10 points. Adna Robotics carefully trying to climb up as several robots are stopped on the field. Adna's motors whirring, spinning. Can they make it through? If through, they swing for a potential level 3 climb. And that's all they wrote on match number 17. Final score is now ready. Blue Alliance takes the win in that last match, 242 to 63.
Moving right along, qualification match 18 over here on field number 2 with my good friend Josh and the head referee, Flannel. Let's meet our teams on the Red Alliance. We're going to kick things off with team 23-849.
Bellevue Droid Force.
And joining them, it's our number 1 seed, team 8103.
Out of Kirkland, Null Robotics.
The Blue Alliance for this match includes team 14343.
Also from Bellevue, Escape Velocity.
And their alliance partners, 18079.
Out of Maple Valley, Accidental Success.
All is right and good in the world. Let's play our game. Teams in your alliance stations in 3, 2, 1, go.
4 sets of wheels rolling on match number 18 here on field 2. And Accidental Success seemingly comes to a pause. They decide to stop their op mode and park for now just in front of the ascent zone on the front side. Meanwhile, 8103, that's Null Robotics in pink, quickly scoring samples in the high basket. Escape Velocity doing the same on the backside for blue.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As drivers pick up their controls, 2 minutes left to play in the match. A fairly close score, 121 to 92. And we'll see how many samples make their way on up towards that high basket. Null Robotics, another yellow sample, slides into the high basket. It's good for 8 points. As their alliance partner, Droid Force, clips yet another specimen onto the high chamber. That one's good for another 10 points. Accidental Success doing the same for blue. Both robots nearly in sync, as each alliance scores 1 additional specimen. 10 points for that third specimen. Now Accidental Success trying to reach for another sample, but they're getting blocked by Null. They now make their way away from that area as both robots seek for another game piece. Droid Force quickly scoring specimens on the high chamber for red. Looks like 6 specimens on that upper rung at 10 points apiece, but they are still behind in the scoring with plenty of pieces scored on the blue side. Our live score with 47 seconds left to play, 217 to 198. We're 10 seconds away from endgame, so we'll have to see if any ascents make the difference. High Definition and Null Robotics, both in the red ascent zone, trying to grab a game piece. They both make their way out of there as we now enter endgame. Accidental Success with 1 final specimen from their observation zone that is successfully clipped onto their high rung. 10 more points to their score. And we have a very tight live score, 249 to 250, separated by just a point as red now takes the lead. Now blue takes the lead, separated by a point. Now 7 points make the difference with 7 seconds left to go. Null in the air, Escape in the air, Droid Force in the air. Referees doing their final checks. That score got very close there by the end of that match. Referees will do their verifications or double checks. They'll make sure those scores are good to go before we post them. Let's say I did that submersible one more time as we head our way back into the water. Red Alliance takes the win, 303 to 277.
It's time for qualification match number 19 on field number 1 here. Give it up for team 23-270.
Sounderbots.
And make some noise for their alliance partners, 8934.
Terminal Velocity.
On the other side of the field in this match will be team 11138.
Robo Eclipse.
And also none other than 24131.
Minutemen.
We're ready to play. Let's get our drivers in their alliance stations. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match 19 underway. Sounderbots doing something there with their controls as they go ahead and stop their robot in the net zone. Meanwhile, 8934 of the Red Alliance, Terminal Velocity, they've got one specimen up on the high chamber. Unfortunately, the second one falls just away. Many specimens, I think 4 up for blue.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
We enter Teleop with at least a couple. 3 robots moving in Teleop. 1 minute 50 left to play. Live score 139 to 28. With 4 blue specimens out of autonomous, courtesy of the Minutemen on that blue high chamber, adding to their score. Field crew working to get that last robot connected back online. Let's hope that they can get back on in the next 90 seconds of our match. Meanwhile, one red robot and 1 blue robot fighting for space on the backside or on the front side. Now the backside as Terminal Velocity springs back to life, getting up in the way of the Minutemen. Minutemen make their way, arm in the air with a blue sample that they successfully drop into the high basket. Now a yellow sample quickly away. Good for 8 as well. Traffic back at the front side of the field now. Sounder versus Eclipse. Sounderbots make their way back with a yellow sample. That's good for 8 points in the baskets. They click to add to cart on that one. Robo Eclipse attempting to line up with a specimen. That one unfortunately falls back towards their human player. That's okay. They can quickly reset that one, and they do successfully now score a specimen for 10 points on the high chamber. With 4 seconds left until our end game period, we're just about at that time where our teams are going to try to stock or deplete their stockpile of specimens as they score them in their high chamber. I see a giant pile of specimens in the Red Alliance observation zone. Terminal Velocity working to get those all scored up on the Red Alliance high chamber. They've got a bit of a catch-up game left to play with our live score 288 to 142 with 5 seconds left on the clock. Sounderbots on the low rung up in the air. Buzzer sounds. I still see some specimens in the red observation zone. Not enough time to score all of them, seemingly. We'll give our referees a chance to verify those scores, and we'll be right back. Scores now up on the screen from that last match. Submersible goes bleep bloop. Blue Alliance takes the win in that match, 309 to 193.
Getting the okay, so let's meet our teams for qualification match number 20. We've got 3 of our top 10 teams in this match. It's going to be an exciting time. First up for the Red Alliance, it's 19,589.
Falcons Robotics.
And their alliance partners, it's 21,229.
Quality Control.
For the Blue Alliance, give it up for 18,225.
High Definition.
And they're currently sitting at the number 2 position. They're never far from home. It's 19,745.
Turtle Walkers.
We're ready to play our game, so let's get teams in their alliance stations. In 3, 2, 1, go!
We got our number 2, 7, and 8 ranked teams on the field here in qualification match number 20. So we'll see what exciting shenanigans our teams get up to. But first, robots working off of pre-programmed instructions and sensor input with lots of scoring everywhere across the field. Free specimens on the high chamber for blue, free specimens for red. Several samples in the high basket courtesy of high definition. Falcon goes to park in the red observation or ascent zone.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As we exit autonomous, our live score 150 to 135 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Still plenty of time to narrow that gap for the Red Alliance or to increase that gap for Blue, as we've got just about 1 minute and 42 seconds left for our teams to score. Quality control of the Red Alliance, maybe pushing up against high def, maybe going for a sample of their own. Could be defense, could be offense, could be both. We got a bunch of traffic around the submersible zone as that tight constrained space has pretty much all of the samples and a team could look for it to score. Speaking of scoring, Falcons Robotics at the bottom right corner. They successfully score a sample, now make that 2 in the high basket at 8 points each. 63 seconds left to play in the match. Score separated. Well, they were separated by 30 points. Now by some number, I can't really do the math right now. 205 to 193, your current live score. Now I can do that math. 4-point difference, under a minute left to play. Turtle Walkers on the left side, they snap a specimen successfully onto the high chamber. It looks like we're in the part of the match where both alliances are trying to deplete their stockpile of specimens and redeem them for 10 points apiece. There's that end game whistle now. 27 seconds left in the match. Turtle Walkers, so if 4 more specimens yet to score. Falcons, another sample good in the high basket. Quality control, a sample in the low basket. Good for, I believe, 4. 8 seconds now on the clock. Quality control, they're trying to reach up and climb against that level free bar. 2 blue robots swinging on that low rung as the buzzer sounds. Scores now confirmed. Computer, show me the scores from that last match. Blue Alliance takes the win in qualification match 20, 345 to 303, the final tally.
We're moving right along. Let's meet our teams for our next qualification match. We always start with the Red Alliance, and this time let's let off by team 18079.
That's accidental success.
Their alliance partners in this match will be team 7935.
The Dragons 2.0.
For the Blue Alliance, those shiny green gems of 19708.
The Emerald Bots.
And still riding high in the #1 position, it's 21336.
I forgot.
We got our teams ready to play. Let's get Alliance Station set. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match 21 out of the 36 will play today here at the Washington Championship. I forgot doing their thing, sweeping those staged blue samples into the observation zone. They've got 2 specimens already up on the high chamber. Now make that free. Dragons 2.0 scoring a specimen on the low chamber before coming to rest as Accidental Success scores a couple of samples.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
With 2 minutes to play, score in favor of the Blue Alliance, 170 to 50. With all 4 robots looking to add to both of those tallies. Emerald Boss, the top left corner for the Blue Alliance. Their robot decked out in green. They're looking for a blue sample. Plenty of colors on our field. That blue sample now in the clear basket. Worth 8 points up in that high position. Emerald Boss with a second sample now, adding yet another 8 points to their score. Dragons 2.0 dropping off a sample via their basket into the high basket as well for 8 points to the Red Alliance's score. Their alliance partner, Accidental Success, butting heads against the Emerald Bots. They're in the backside by the submersible, but they do successfully make their way back to the observation zone with a sample. Now they do the thing where they convert the sample to a specimen. They put the specimen on the thing for 10 points. And they're back at it again for another sample that they drop off once again in the observation zone. Emerald Bots carefully diving for another sample, this time a yellow. As a note, if y'all aren't aware, robots may not control scoring elements that are of the opposing alliance's color, so they've got to be real careful as these submersible zones get picked clean. Under 30 seconds left to play, and as we can see now, that submersible zone pretty much picked clean of blue specimens because they're all up on that high chamber from I Forgot. We've got a pile of specimens. Live score shows 14 of them for 10 points each. That puts our live score at 304 to 152. 8 seconds left to play as I Forgot attempts to climb, but they fall into the submersible zone where Accidental Success potentially trying to climb or something there. Referees need some time to discuss that one. We'll be right back. Scores now confirmed from that last match. Back into the deep we go, presented by RTX. Blue Alliance takes the win in that match. I Forgot retains the #1 position. Final score 307 to 212.
"21 matches down, 15 to play." We're getting there, folks, but still lots more robot action to come. Let's meet our teams. On the Red Alliance, it's going to be led by Team 23-5-11.
Seattle Solvers.
Their partners in this match, Team 14-179.
That's the Sushi Squad.
For the Blue Alliance, it'll be Team 14-3-43.
That's Escape Velocity.
And they're joined by 74-62.
Not to scale.
Let's play our game, teams in your alliance stations. We go in 3, 2, 1, go.
27 seconds of autonomous action here in qualification match 22. One specimen already up for each of our alliances on the high chamber at 10 points each. Sushi Squad trying to come on over and drop off a second. That one unfortunately not make its way onto the high rung, but a second one does. Seemingly 10 points, maybe 20 on that high rung, but that claw does seem to be resting on top.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
We exit autonomous with 3 specimens on the blue high chamber and 1 on the floor. Drive teams seemingly planning on picking it back up and resetting. Meanwhile, over on the right side of the red chamber, one of those specimens that was almost on the chamber in auto did fall as we exited autonomous, but they did successfully reset and score that one back up for 10 points to their score. They are at a little bit of a deficit, though. Blue Alliance with the lead 200-72 in our live score. 5 specimens now on the high chamber for blue and not to scale. Grabbing another blue sample, dropping it off in the observation zone. They're doing some great cycles there as they already have a specimen ready to go. That one's clipped on now for a total of 6 specimens on that high chamber. Furthering their alliance lead. Also adding to that point total is Escape Velocity, picking up yellow neutral samples and ferrying them back towards that back corner. That yellow neutral sample unfortunately falls onto the net zone there on the tile for 2. But I'll go ahead and quickly cycle back to score some more samples and also bump into Sushi Squad. 40 seconds now on the clock. Sushi Squad in the red observation zone. Looks like there is a specimen ready for them. Solvers, unfortunately, out in the water at the front of the field. Field crew taking a close look. Hopefully they can rejoin as we have 15 seconds left in the match. Not to scale. They're on the low rung. Up go their hooks. And they do attempt to climb all the way up to level 3. Escape velocity doing the same. Their flexible hooks lifting them all the way up. Double level 3. Some excellent climbs there right at the end on the backside of the submersible from the Blue Alliance. Excellent work for both of those alliances. We'll see how our final score shakes out in just a moment. Final score is now in from match 22. Bleep, 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 bleep. Blue Alliance takes the win in that match. Final score for Assembly Free to 137.
Keep things rolling with qualification match number 23 over here on field number 1. Our teams, first up, say hello to 64-24.
Holy cow!
And make some noise for their alliance partners, 98-76.
That's the countdown.
On the blue end of the field, it'll be 19-6-69.
Systematic chaos.
And 23-8-49.
Droid Force.
Looks like the field's all ready to play. Let's get our teams in their alliance stations. In 3, 2, 1, go!
30 seconds of autonomous play here in match 23. 4 robots were moving in autonomous. Looks like 64-24, Holy cow, coming to rest, at least in autonomous, in the net zone at the bottom right. Risky for Droid Force as a specimen unfortunately falls into their robot. They stopped their autonomous program. Perfectly valid. You got 4 seconds left.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Ultimately, as we exit autonomous, we have a live score of 106-0. But once again, we got 2 minutes of teleop to play. Plenty of time for all 4 robots to score their samples and specimens. Red Alliance attempting to score a sample. That's from Holy Cow. That one unfortunately falls out of the field of play. They grab another yellow sample from the spike marks just by the net zone. Reset and try again to get that one carefully aligned and delivered. At the top right is the countdown, 9876. Just in front of them or behind them, can't quite tell what direction that is, but there is a red specimen on the playing field tile. If they can go ahead and figure that one out. Looks like they instead opt for an ascent. That one's a bit of an interesting choice there as they swing their arm up above the level of the low rung with just over a minute left to play in our match. On the left side of the field is Systematic Chaos there on the back. They're trying to grab themselves another sample and do another quick cycle back towards the baskets at the top left of the field. With that yellow sample in hand, they reach on up, and that one is good for 8. Alliance partner Droid Force now having freed that specimen from a minute ago, now scoring specimens quickly onto that high chamber. 30 seconds left, and another specimen is good for blue at 10 points. Live score 232. Now make that 242 to 31. Actually, these numbers just keep on going up, so never mind that. 15 seconds on the clock. That's the number that doesn't go up. As Countdown slaps a specimen, it spins around on that chamber, but does secure into place for 10. Another specimen good from the Countdown with 1 second left on the clock. One robot seemingly in the air, but we'll leave it to our referees to verify. We'll be right back. Scores now in from match 23. Yep, there they are. Blue Alliance takes the win in that match. Final score 286 to 57.
We're about to hit the 2/3 point of our qualification matches. It's match number 24. Let's meet our team. Say hello to 9880.
Let's try it again. Aftershock.
You might say that intro was an aftershock. Thank you, folks. I'm here all night. Also on the Red Alliance in our 4th seeded position, it's 17077.
And no robotics.
For the Blue Alliance, their logo flying high on the wall, it's 25717.
Rockin' robots.
And our number 3 seed, give it up for 8103.
No robotics.
We're ready to play. Let's get teams in your alliance stations. This match begins in 3, 2, 1, go!
1, 2, 3. All 4 robots springing to life here in qualification match 24. Plenty of high-seeded teams here on the field, so we'll see what happens. And the robotics of the Red Alliance all the way on the blue half. Some referee flags heading up in the air because of that one. 2 specimens. Now make that free from Aftershock up on the red high chamber. Referees gonna give a song and dance there if they're flags.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
In the transition there, we had briefly had a tied live score, but now the score in favor of the Red Alliance, 173 to 149. Actually, now 181. Anyway, 1 minute and 46 seconds left to play in the match with several specimens scored on the red high chamber at 10 points each. And the Robotics with an arm up in the air. They dropped that yellow sample they had in their grasp into the high basket. That's going to be good for 8 points. Just right by them in the back is their alliance partner, Aftershock. They're lining up with their specimens. And that's another good specimen for 10 points on the high chamber. Back and forth. They're not a subscriber of the stockpile strategy here. They've been making specimens and putting them up on the board. And we can see that reflected in the score. 1 minute 5 left to play in the match. Score still pretty tight, but there is a red lead at the moment, 259 to 197. Null Robotics in pink for the Blue Alliance at the back, dropping off another sample off through their slide into the high basket for 8 as they try to narrow that margin. Meanwhile, and the Robotics, the Red Alliance pushing up against Rockin' Robots as they try to make their way towards their net zone once again. Now, Rockin' Robots deep in red territory, just on the red side. Now seemingly paused by the leg of the submersible, just by their ascent zone. And the Robotics now with their climb. They're trying to make their way up into the air. Will they successfully attain a level 3 today? Look at all those wires underneath their robot. They swing through. That one's free swinging. Rockin' Robots and Null up in the air as well. Before we post the results of that last match, we do have an announcement. Team 17077 is being issued a yellow card for rule G404, autonomous interference, due to that happening at least 5 times in the single match. With that said, we do have the scores from that last match. Final score goes to the Red Alliance with a final score of 312 to 275.
We are officially 2/3 of the way through our qualification matches. Match number 25 is ready to queue up. We're going to meet our teams right now. Say hello to Team 14179.
That's the Seattle. No, wrong match. That is Sushi Squad.
And Austin was just one team early with that little snafu, because next up is 21336.
I forgot.
The Blue Alliance for this match will be Team 8934.
Terminal Velocity.
And their alliance partners, Team 19589.
Falcons Robotics.
Field's ready to go. Let's get teams in your alliance stations. This match begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, which match is this again? Oh, yeah, match 25 with 25 seconds of autonomous left to play, and all 4 robots scoring samples and specimens across the field. Bottom right corner is Sushi Squad. They've got 2 yellow samples successfully scored in the high basket. Now make that free as they grab from the spike marks just in front of the net zone. Meanwhile, I forgot, they're not forgetting to score their specimens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're attempting a 6. That is successful as well on the high chamber.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Some great autonomous scoring on both alliances as Blue exits autonomous with 3 specimens on the high chamber. That puts our live score at 171 to 103 with 1 minute and 45 seconds of teleoperated control left to play. I forgot picking out some red samples from the submersible zone and dropping them off, ready for the human player to convert into samples or specimens. They're converting the samples into specimens using clips. Those are all the game pieces this year. 8934 is Terminal Velocity. They're at the front side of the field, trying to pick themselves out a sample, getting into some conflict with, I forgot, briefly entangled there on the wire or something. They do free each other. Let's see, hopefully no damage to either, as each of them try to grab themselves a sample to add to their scoring effort. Now Sushi Squad of the Red Alliance coming in from behind of Terminal Velocity. They reset themselves, replace themselves in the submersible area as Terminal Velocity makes their way back and now attempts to score their specimens on the high chamber. I forgot, has a cluster of specimens on the red high chamber. We are at the 38-second mark left in our match. 263 to 197, our current live score. And with all those specimens out of the way, I forgot drops off a yellow neutral sample just as that endgame buzzer sounds. Now both Red Alliance robots attempting to score neutral samples, both successful for 8 points each. With 17 seconds left on the clock, a fairly close score, 287 to 243. But I forgot, going for their level 3 climb. Will they succeed on this occasion? They do, seemingly. Sushi Squad looking to join as well. Up they go for the level 2. And that'll be all for match number 25. Score is now in for match 25, and up on the board they go. Red Alliance to win in that match, 340 to 284. Sushi Squad moving up to rank 9. I forgot, retaining the number 1 position. Blue Alliance also remaining in their slots for now.
Keeping things moving with qualification match number 26 on the Red Alliance. Give it up for 23-270.
Sounderbots.
And joining them on the Red Alliance will be 18-079.
That's an accidental success.
On the blue side of the field, it'll be 19-745.
Turtle Walkers.
And hoping to move up in the rankings, it's 64-24.
Holy cow.
We're ready to play. Let's get our teams in their alliance stations. This match goes in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 26 of 36. Just about 10, 11 or so matches left to play before we make our way towards alliance selection. I see several robots moving on the field. 1, 2 specimens from the Turtle Walkers up for blue. Accidental success. Successfully scores 1 specimen. The other one accidentally falls into the submersible zone. 4 specimens for blue. 2 for red. Now make that 5 for blue.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Accidental success of a last-minute specimen. It was in their claw, but rested just on top of that chamber. Now they reset and successfully scored out for the 10 points in teleop control. With that factored in, maybe at some point. There we go. We now have a tight live score. 2 points making the difference. 103 to 101. With just about 90 seconds-ish left to play in our match. 5 specimens on the blue high chamber, and Turtle Walkers preparing some additional specimens by dropping off their blue samples. That last blue sample just outside of the observation zone, so therefore irretrievable by their human player. They'll go ahead and score the ones they have ready, though. Meanwhile, the bottom right corner is accidental success. They score 1 or 2 neutral samples in the high basket. Now they return yet another sample, good for 8 points. As on the back side is Holy Cow, their giant orange scoop. They're looking for a sample to place in that scoop. Like their claw trying to reach into the submersible zone. Will they grab a yellow? Will they grab a blue? We'll just have to see. On the right side is Sounderbots, another specimen put into place. They're burning through their stockpile with 31 seconds left. There's the train. We're on our way to endgame station. Another specimen for red, another specimen for blue. Both alliances working through their stashes of specimens. Sounderbots done with their specimens. Yellow neutral sample in the high basket. Turtle Walkers of 1 more specimen. It's in the hands of their robot. On it goes to the high chamber. 4 seconds left. 2, 1. We end that match with seemingly 2 robots hanging off that level 1 bar. But referees will take a closer look and verify those scores. Scores now confirmed from that last match, and back into the sea we go. Red Alliance takes the win in that last match. Final score 253 to 208.
Next up, if my counting is correct, is qualification match number 27. And on the field for that match is team 23-849.
That's Droid Force.
Their alliance partners will be Team 11138.
Robo Eclipse.
Opposite them, give it up for 7462.
Not to scale.
And rounding out this match is 25-7-17.
But at the bat signal, it's rockin' the robots.
We got the okay to go, so teams in your alliance stations. This match begins in 3, 2, 1, go!
28 seconds of autonomous mode here in match number 27 as all four robots look to score their various scoring elements. Bottom right corner is 23849. That is Droid Force. One sample unfortunately makes its way out of the field. Second sample not quite in their claw, but they do score one yellow neutral sample up in that high basket. I'll make that 2. 8 points each for 16 points, in addition to 4, now 5 specimens scored by Escape Velocity.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Blue autonomous scoring not too shabby either. 4 specimens on the high chamber for them at 10 points each, and a sample from Rocket Robots in the high basket. With all that scoring plus a little bit of teleop, we're at a live score of 146-96. And not to scale tries to narrow that margin by just a little bit more as they score another 10-piece or 10-point specimen on that high chamber. 111 free 8 is Robo Eclipse. They score some samples in the high basket. Here comes another. That's good for 8 points as they try to add additional points to their score. Another yellow sample from Eclipse. Bounces out, but still in the playing field. So they go ahead and scoop that one back up, and now that one is scored successfully for 8 points. On the left side, Droid Force bumping into not to scale. Trying to slow down that robot, potentially playing some defense seemingly. As not to scale just adds additional specimens to their high chamber. Very valuable at 10 points each. Blue Lions trying to catch up here with 42 seconds left now on the play clock. 186, check that 188 to 136 now your live score as we approach end game. Several specimens on the books for both alliances, 6 for red and 8 for blue. Not to scale, just continuing to score those specimens. Up reaches not to scale now. They drop off another neutral sample in the basket for 8 points to the blue alliance. Rocket Robots in the air off of that low rung. Not to scale looking to join them. Will they make the level 3? There's 2 seconds left in the match. 2 blue robots possibly at a level 2 climb, but our referees have the final say on that one. 1 red robot also seemingly up in the air. Scores now confirmed for match 27. And back to the ocean floor we go once again. Loading that sample into submersible. Red Alliance with the win in that match, 247 to 177.
We're going to keep things moving here at the Washington State FTC Championship. Match 28 here on field 2, and it's led off by team 9876.
That's the countdown.
Their alliance partners are team 18225.
High definition.
On the blue side of the field for this match will be team 8103.
Null Robotics.
And team 7935.
The Dragons 2.0.
Fields all ready to play. Teams in your stations. It's time for match 28 in 3, 2, 1, go.
1, 2, 3. Now all 4 robots joining for autonomous as the Dragons scored their trademark low rung specimen. That's going to be good for, I believe, 6 points. High definition. They've got 2 specimens up on the high chamber as well. All 3 robots. Well, they were at a pause. Now No Robotics lowers their claw deeper into the submersible zone. 4 specimens now on the high chamber. Will they make it a 5th from high def? Yes, they will.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers pick up their controls, and we resume our teleop action. Live score 104 to 79. Not an insurmountable gap at all. Looks like our field crew will need some support given to one of our teams to make sure they're at full working order for this match. They still got plenty of time, though, just about 96 seconds or so in this match, as both Alliance robots dive into the submersible zone looking for some scoring elements. Null Robotics, meanwhile, pushing up against the countdown of the Red Alliance, as now seemingly both robots try to get themselves a scoring element. High definition lights up red as they pick up and drop off a sample, Alliance specific to be precise. That one is good into the high basket, as is another neutral sample. 8 points each, 16 in that transaction. 1 minute to play in the match, and I did briefly spot a neutral sample fall into high definition, but that's all right. They scooped that one up easily and dropped that one off in the high basket as well for 8 points. Gap narrowing, but still in favor of red, 194 to 161. With 37 seconds left, we are approaching our endgame period. Dragons 2.0 in the red ascent zone. There's that 30-second whistle just now as they make their way on out of there. High definition. Red sample dropped off in the high basket. Dragons scoring plenty of specimens on that low chamber, including one not completely clipped on, but it's still on there. It still counts. Adding to their alliance score, separated by not that many points, 248 to 213 with 5 seconds left on the clock. High def seemingly in the air. No good for a... We'll be right back. Scores now in from match 28. Under the sea we go. Red Alliance with the win in that one, 266 to 239.
Let's keep things rolling back here on field number 1. Give it up for your Red Alliance, led by Team 9880.
From Edmonds, Aftershock.
Their partners in this match, Team 19708.
Out of the east side in Sammamish, the Emerald Bots.
For the Blue Alliance, we say hey to 23511.
Out of Sammamish, the Seattle Solvers.
And the final team in this match is 19669.
Out of Sammamish, Systematic Chaos.
I'm sensing a theme.
Sammamish.
Bingo. Hey. We're ready to play. Let's get our teams in their alliance stations. This match begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 29, the battle for Sammamish, and I guess a sprinkle of Edmonds as well. We've got 24 seconds left in Autonomous, with all 4 robots quickly scoring. Aftershock with 1, now hopefully a second specimen. That one is good as well for 10 points to their score. Seattle Solvers quickly racing back and forth from their observation zone. 1, 2, now 3 specimens as well on their side. Both alliances looking for a 4th. They're successful on the red side.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Some excellent work there from Aftershock with 4 red specimens scored out of Autonomous. With those points also counting for Teleop, assuming that they remain on the chamber by the end of the match. That puts our live score at 171 to 103. Red Alliance holding the lead for now. Emerald Bots to the bottom right. They successfully score a neutral sample. Now they quickly come back with another. That one is good for 8 as well. Their Red Alliance partner, the Aftershock, looking to follow up with another specimen. That is good for another 10 points with 5 specimens on that chamber. 3 specimens already scored on the Blue Alliance chamber at 10 points each. That adds 30 points to their alliance score. Top left corner of the field is Systematic Chaos. They reach all the way across the field through the submersible zone and net themselves a neutral sample. That one is good for 8 points in the basket. Seattle Solvers, another specimen on the high chamber. They're now in burn down mode as they collect from their collection there on the observation zone wall and attempt to score them for 10 points apiece as we approach endgame. 28 seconds remain in the match as teams have to work carefully to grab themselves their desired samples while also remaining clear of the protected zones around the ascent zones and 7 inches into the submersible zone. Systematic Chaos with another sample in the high basket. 5 seconds left. They're trying to go for one more. With 2 seconds left on the clock, they reach into the observation zone to park instead. Scores now in from that last match. And as we dive into the water, the Red Alliance takes the win in that last match, 351 to 283. Each of those Red Alliance teams moving upwards in our ranks as we make our way towards Alliance selection. But before that, match number 30.
Qualification match number 30 is ready to play. Let's meet our teams. The Red Alliance begins with team 14343.
Out of Bellevue, that's Escape Velocity.
They're going to be joined by our current number 2 seed, 17077.
From Adna, Washington, Adna Robotics.
The blue side of the field, sitting pretty at number 6, is 24131.
They're from Renton, that's the Minutemen.
And their partners are 21229.
From Bellevue, Quality Control.
We got the okay to play, so let's get teams in your alliance stations. We go in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match number 30 underway out of 36. We're nearly there, but all 4 robots moving on the field, and we do have some pretty high-ranking alliance captains here on the field, so we'll have to see how this one plays out. But first, a bit of a replay here from previous match, as we have some contact here in Autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
We'll leave the referees to sort that one out. We've got 2 minutes of teleoperated play. We have a live score of 229 to 128. And the Robotics at the front of the submersible trying to grab a game piece for the Red Alliance. They grab themselves a yellow neutral sample, and that one is good in the high basket for 8 points. They quickly cycle back with another for 8 points as well. Escape Velocity in the back right corner. They try to drop off a red sample. That one, unfortunately, just outside of the observation zone. Here, player can't do anything with that one just yet. Maybe they'll grab that one as they make their way back from the submersible zone on this trip. Bit of an entanglement hazard going on as Escape Velocity of the Red Alliance and Quality Control of Blue briefly have a bit of an encounter, but they do free themselves, although that climb hook from Escape Velocity does not appear to be in the correct position, at least what they would desire. Anyway, we got 46 seconds left in the match. Let's see what other types of chaos we can get up to here. Escape Velocity, they've got an arm in the air. They're bumping up against Quality Control once again at the top right corner of the field. And just doing their thing, trying to score some additional samples into the high basket. There's that endgame whistle now, and these ascent zones become protected. Minutemen trying to clear out their buffer of specimens. That last, or second to last one on the high chamber. This last one going for another 10 points. That one falls to the floor, unfortunately. Adna trying to go for the climb. Will they clear the bar? They seem to freely swing. Escape Velocity with their mangled arm. Possibly up? Maybe? That's not my job to call. That's our referees, and they've marked this match as under review. We'll see you in a bit. Before we post the scores in that last match, we do have an update. The head referee is issuing a second yellow card to team 17077 for egregious violations of rule G404. That is autonomous opponent interference. Because as their second yellow card, by that process, that does escalate to a red card. With that said, we do have the results from that last match up on the screen. Victory in that match goes to the Blue Alliance. Final score, 331 to 287.
We're going to move right along and get going with our next match. Over here on field number 1, it's qualification match number 31, and it's going to feature our top 2 ranked teams at this point in the competition. So this should be a good one. On the Red Alliance, first up, it's team 7462.
Not to scale.
And the number 2 seeded team in our rankings as we approach the end of our qualification day, it's team 19745.
Turtle Walkers.
Leading the Blue Alliance and leading our rankings, our number 1 seed, 21336.
I forgot.
The final team on this match on the Blue Alliance will be team 9876.
The countdown.
All right, now that Not to Scale knows which alliance they're on, let's play our game. Teams in your alliance stations. Qualification match number 31 begins in 3, 2, 1, go!
With all of that admin and logistics worked out, we are in match 31 of 36. Quickly approaching alliance selection. 20 seconds left of autonomous, with our number 1 and number 2 ranked seeds on the field on opposing alliances. 2 specimens on the high chamber. Now make that free for each alliance. Samples making their way towards the high basket. 1, 2, maybe even, no, just 2. Samples in the high basket for red. Actually free.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
I can count, I promise, free samples in the high basket out of autonomous for the Red Alliance, in addition to their 5 specimens. Gives them a slight lead out of autonomous, 154 to 144. But Blue Alliance quickly catching up with some samples and specimens of their own. We'll see what happens. I forgot trying to line up with a sample. They're working with the neutral samples this time. That's interesting, as I forgot. I feel like typically goes for the specimens, but in this case, it's the countdown in that role, picking out those samples from the submersible zone, and I forgot team and player converting them into those specimens. I forgot continues to pick out those yellow neutral samples and scoring them in the high basket for the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, Turtle Walkers, I see a red light in that green machine as they try to drop off those samples to convert into red specimens as well. Not to scale on the front side of the submersible. They use their claw to pick up a yellow neutral sample. Likewise, I forgot doing the same as well as we hit just about 47 seconds left in the match. Live score 254 to 196, still in favor of the Blue Alliance. And here comes the countdown, now filling the role of scoring those specimens. They've got one last specimen carefully lining up. It's in their claw. Under 30 seconds left to play. Turtle Walkers trying to score their stockpile of specimens as well. I forgot and not to scale, both reaching in for some final neutral samples. I forgot successfully away. Well, it looks like that neutral sample falls to the floor. I forgot. They're on the level, they're on the low rung. seemingly at a level 2. Can they make the level 3? 5 seconds remain. 2 robots climbing the front of the submersible. Not to scale, trying to reach the free. It seems okay, but our referees have the final say as to whether these ascents count, as well as the rest of the scoring across the field. We'll give them some time to chat, and we'll have your final scores when they're ready. Scores now finalized from that last match. And we check with the submersible once again. Final score in favor of the Blue Alliance. That's 323 to 307. Excellent work across the board.
We are approaching the end of our qualification matches. Just 5 more to play, which means each of our teams is appearing on the field for the last time before our playoff rounds. Let's meet the teams for qualification match number 32. On the Red Alliance, it'll be 64-24.
Holy cow.
And their partners in this match will be 8103.
Null Robotics.
For the Blue Alliance, give it up for 23-5-11.
Seattle Solvers.
And joining them is none other than 11-138.
Robo Eclipse.
We're good to go. Let's get teams in their alliance stations. Match number 32 kicks off in 3, 2, 1, go.
1, 2, 3 robots joining here in Autonomous for qualification match number 32. Holy cow, taking this time to strategize, look around, see what they can do in teleop. Samples making their way up towards the high basket for blue, courtesy of Robo Eclipse. Specimen on the board from Null Robotics. That's 1. They'll try for 2. That one falls to the floor. Seattle Solvers, 1, 2, 3, now 4. Good specimens, 10 points each. They'll try for 5. Good as well.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
2 minutes of teleop control with a live score of 167 to 23 in favor of blue. No Robotics working on plugging in their controllers. They now come back to life, joining us here in teleop, or seemingly not. Field crew working with them to figure out what's going on. Meanwhile, holy cow, the other member of the Red Alliance, carefully navigating around their side of the field, looking to see what they can do to contribute to the Alliance score. Front side of the field for the Blue Alliance, Seattle Solvers reaching into the observation zone. I believe they dropped off a blue sample as their human player quickly converts them into specimens. On the backside, Robo Eclipse with a specimen or sample in hand, rather. They drop that off Alliance-specific blue sample, good in the high basket for 8 points. Solvers lining up. They drop off another sample, another specimen incoming from that human player. Null Robotics, the robot in pink, reaching in through the front side of the submersible, trying to grab themselves another sample. They reach up, drop it off. It's good for another 8 points of their score. Under a minute left to play. 219 to 41, your current live score, as we look to see if the Red Alliance can catch up and work through their technical problems. Null Robotics, another specimen or sample, good on the high basket for 8 additional points, but Seattle Solvers is working through their backlog of blue specimens. Another one on the high chamber, good for 10. They route back and try for another one, good for another 10 as well. 30 seconds left in the match as we enter endgame. At the back of the field, Robo Eclipse dropping off another neutral sample. That's good for 8. 22 seconds left on the clock as the robots need to be careful reaching into the submersible zone. Null Robotics away with a sample. Eclipse away with a sample as well. Solvers reaching up for some reason. We'll see what they do. Will they climb with 5 seconds remaining in the match? No robotics still on the tile. They attempt to climb off the floor. They seem to be clear, but our referees once again at the final call. We'll be right back. Scores now confirmed from that last match. Back on the screen we go. Blue Alliance takes the win, 314 to 107, your final score.
Just a few more matches to play. Match number 33 is frantically queuing up here on field number 1. It'll be the last appearance for each of these teams. And among those teams for our Red Alliance will be Team 19708.
The Emerald Bots.
Joining them and sporting some very fine bucket hats, it's Team 8934.
Terminal Velocity.
I love a good hat. What can I say? For the Blue Alliance, make some noise for 21 to 29.
Quality Control.
And joining them will be 14343.
That's Escape Velocity.
All right, we're ready to play our game. Let's get teams in their alliance stations. Match 33 goes in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 33 of 36. We've got 30 seconds of autonomous action. That's a lot of freeze. And we got 4 robots in autonomous. Actually, maybe make that free. As it seems, Terminal Velocity takes a bit of a pause in the red observation zone. But 2 specimens scored on the high chamber, courtesy of Quality Control. They'll try to make it a third. That one is good as well for 10 points. Several samples in the high basket as well from Escape Velocity.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Now with 2 minutes of teleop to play, our live score currently showing 179 to 86 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Escape Velocity reaching up. They're trying to grab themselves a sample, making their way around that blue specimen that has unfortunately fallen deep into the submersible zone. Quality Control butting up against the Emerald Bots. Terminal Velocity butting up against Escape Velocity. We got just a bunch of collisions here all around the submersible. Really think they would have parked this thing in a little bit of a better spot. Anyway, Escape Velocity trying to grab themselves a sample. They had it. They pulled it out of the submersible zone. It unfortunately falls out of their claw. They quickly recover and score it for a good 8 points. Quality control. Blue specimen in their claw. They deliver it to the high chamber for 10 additional points. They quickly follow up with a second specimen, 10 more points as well. I see 2 specimens for the Blue Alliance deep in the submersible zone. Those seemingly may be lost, unfortunately, as they try to work for the remaining scoring elements still in the submersible zone. 2 red robots, both on the right side of the field, as the Emerald bots make their way away from the submersible zone with a yellow neutral sample. That one unfortunately misses its target, but still falls within scoring position. 2 points in the net zone. We enter endgame. Emerald bots scoring another sample that's good for 8. Terminal velocity lining up with something, seemingly the side of the chambers. They put down their controllers and park in the observation zone. Escape velocity trying to reach up for the level 3 rung with only one of their arms operational. Looks like both robots decide to park at a lower position. Strike that. Quality control tries to extend an arm up. Heard some bending and creaking. Regardless, referees, they're going to talk about those ascents and all that jazz. We'll be back for your scores. Scores now certified for match 33. Up on the board we go. Bleep, bloop. Submersible says Blue Alliance takes the win, 335 to 188.
Just 3 matches left to play, which means it's almost time for our alliance selection process. Teams, this is your first warning. At 4:00 p.m., we need you to have your one alliance selection representative out in the hallway outside the field area where you will meet Kevin to prepare for that process. So start preparing, figuring out who your rep's going to be, and get them ready to be out there no later than 4:00. Match 34 is queued up. It's got, oh, look at that, 3 of our top 5 teams in our rankings duking it out. On the Red Alliance, it's our current number 3 seed, Team 18225.
High definition.
And their partners will be Team 9880.
Aftershock.
For the Blue Alliance, it's our number 2 seed, Team 24131.
The Minutemen.
And ranked number 5, Team 23849.
Droid Force.
This match is ready to rock and roll. Teams in your alliance stations. We go in 3, 2, 1, go!
Match number 34, our anti-penultimate match. And we've got robots. All of our robots on this field are in our top 10. So this will be a very exciting match and may have interesting alliance selection implications. For now, several robots scoring all across the field. I've seen 3 specimens on the high chamber, 10 points apiece. Make that 4 now from high definition. Blue Alliance, 1, 2, now 3 specimens.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Pretty tight score out of Autonomous, 107 to 88 in favor of Red. Under 2 minutes to play as High Definition attempts to score a neutral sample. That one unfortunately falls away into center field. They try to scoop up another. Now that one is good for 8 points. Also for the Red Alliance is Aftershock. They're on the back side of the submersible trying to snag themselves another sample. They may be on specimen duty. They have their eyes set on a red sample. They successfully grab it and take it back to their Alliance observation zone. Both Blue Alliance robots on the left side. It's a pretty narrow space there between the chambers. Plus, if you're attempting to score specimens, just as Droid Force is doing now. I see 6 specimens on that high chamber. Now make that 7 as they hook another one onto that upper rung. Aftershock not far behind on the right side for Red. Live score shows 6 specimens on that high chamber. They score an additional specimen, total of 7 now. 25 points separating these two scores with 45 seconds remaining in the match. High Definition, sample good in the high basket for 8. They now try to filter out their specific color of sample. Red sample now in the red high basket from High Definition, another 8 points. We enter endgame. Minutemen on the backside, they grab a neutral sample, good for 8. Droid Force, they have a specimen, they hook it on, that's good for 10. High Def on the back or front corner of the field, red sample, good for 8 points as well. 12 seconds left on the clock. Aftershock reaching into the submersible zone. High Definition grabbing hold of the low rung. On the backside, Droid Force in the air. 1 robot in the air for each alliance. 1 robot in park in the observation zone. Referees need some time to chat. We'll be back in a moment. Scores now finalized from that last match. We say hello to the submersible once again. Blue Alliance takes the win, 342 to 273.
As we get set for our penultimate match of the day, another reminder, teams, at 4:00 p.m. and not a moment later, you need to have your representative in the hallway meeting Kevin for the Alliance selection process. Most of you have already played your last match of the day, so now's a good time for you to think about who you're going to send and get them ready. But we do have 2 more qualification matches to play first. Match 35 is queued up here, and it kicks off with none other than Team 19669.
That's Systematic Chaos.
And stumbling their way to victory is 18079.
Accidental Success.
2 of our top 10 teams currently on the Blue Alliance. It'll be Team 17077.
Adno Robotics.
And their partners for this match, Team 14179.
Sushi Squad.
Kate says, let's play some robots, and I try not to argue with the head ref. So, teams in your alliance stations. Match number 35 in 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's play some robots in the penultimate match. 35 out of 36 with 23 seconds remaining in autonomous, and all 4 robots attempting to score. I see a yellow sample that flung all the way across the field. At least not a robot this time. Anyway, Sushi Squad, they successfully score a specimen on the high rung of, or high chamber of the submersible. Attempting to score a second or a third or a fourth. Unfortunately falls to the floor.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
2 minutes of teleoperated control here to play. Live score 55 to 36 in favor of blue. And the robotics, they've got their arm all the way up in the air for some reason. Parked just behind accidental success of the Red Alliance. They do make their way out of that situation and successfully deliver a red sample for their human player to convert to a specimen. And still with their elevator in the air, now bumping up against the other Red Alliance robot, Systematic Chaos, trying to deliver a sample. They do so successfully for 8 points. Now Adna says hello once again, the accidental success up against the rungs of, or the chamber of the submersible. That doesn't slow down accidental success though, as they score yet another specimen. That's good for another 10 points. Sushi Squad trying to score another specimen as well. 3 specimens on the blue side, 4 for red. Each worth a valuable 10 points. Under 50 seconds left to play. Live score still in favor of red, 122 to 75. Adna bumping up against escape or accidental success once again. Meanwhile, their partner, Sushi Squad, another specimen successfully scored. They say hello to Systematic Chaos as they both try to grab a scoring element from the front of the submersible. Now we are in endgame, 27 seconds. Sushi Squad trying to grab another sample. They grab a blue sample off the observation zone. They go. 19 seconds left on the clock. Adna Robotics, they're lifting themselves up above the low rung. They grab onto the high rung. Will they swing forwards? Will it be good? Maybe, seemingly so, but our referees in the final call. Sushi Squad at the chambers. Both red robots end their game in the observation zone. We'll let our referees digest, and we'll be right back. Scores now finalized from match 35. The Red Alliance takes the win in that match, 193 to 140, and that does bump down the rankings of those Blue Alliance teams, still in pretty viable spaces for Alliance selection. Speaking of, before we can get there, we've got match number 36.
That's right, Austin. And right after match 36, it's going to be real close to 4 o'clock. And what are we doing at 4 o'clock? We're sending our team representative out to the hallway to meet Kevin to prepare for the Alliance selection process. That's right. I heard exactly those words from people in the crowd. You know what you're doing. Let's play our final match of the day on the Red Alliance. We want it as loud as it can possibly be for Team 25717.
Rockin' Robots.
And keep that going for their Alliance partners, 19589.
Falcons Robotics.
Even more noise for the Blue Alliance and 7935.
The Dragons 2.0.
And the final team in this final match is 23270.
The Sounderbots.
We're ready to play. It's our final Washington State Championship qualification match. Teams in your Alliance stations. We're going to count this down together. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Final qualification match of official play in the Washington State region. Let's make this a good one. One specimen scored on the high chamber for the Blue Alliance. That's worth 10. Unfortunately, a specimen falls to the floor for red. They'll try again with a second one from Falcons. That clip, unfortunately, not oriented quite right. To go ahead and try again as our robot works on pre-programmed instructions.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Rockin' Robots ends that autonomous, touching the low rung in the red ascent zone. That's worth some points. So are all of the other scoring achievements in that autonomous. That puts our live score 66-22 as they continue to add more and more to their total score. 1 minute 40 on the clock as the Sounderbots at the front side drop off a blue sample for their human player. They jump back into the murky depths once more as Falcons attempts to drop off a yellow sample. That one, unfortunately, falls just outside the net zone. They scoop it back up, try again. At the same time, also successfully hurting a sample into the net zone. That's good for 2 points as well. They pick up the last of those pre-staged samples. Good for another 8 points in the high basket. They'll try to reset and score themselves another sample as now 3 other robots try to take samples from the submersible zone as well. The Dragons 2.0 of the Blue Alliance at the top left corner. They drop off a sample into the upper basket for 8 points. Sounderbots trying to score their stockpile of specimens. The Blue Alliance's Dragons Horde. Another specimen on the high chamber from the Sounderbots. Dragons 2.0 attempting to grab themselves one last sample. 14 seconds now on the clock. Falcons with 3 specimens on the high chamber. They now push a yellow neutral sample into scoring position in the net zone. 2 seconds left. The buzzer sounds with a robot of the Red Alliance swinging on that low rung. Referees doing their final checks. When they are ready, we will have your final scores. Before we announce the scores from that last match, we do have an update. The head referee is issuing a yellow card to team 19589 for rule G41 free due to contact outside of the field. As a yellow card for G41 free to team 19589. With that, we do have our scores from that last match. At some point on the screen, we will see that it goes to the Blue Alliance. 235 to 98 is the final score.
And with that, our qualification matches are complete. My big clock on the wall shows 3:59 p.m., which means you've got about 1 minute, teams, to send your representative out to the hallway to meet Kevin and prepare for the alliance selection process. We're going to let Kevin and those teams chat for a few minutes, and we will be right back with that alliance selection ceremony in just a few moments. Well, hello and welcome back, everybody. What an exciting set of matches. Hey, we set a new world record today. That's pretty cool. How about a round of applause for that? And how about we keep it going for the outstanding efforts of all 24 of our teams here at the Washington State Championship today. This has been a lot of fun to watch. I hope you've enjoyed yourselves, but we are not done yet. We will now enter our alliance selection process. For those new to First or who just would like a little reminder, we are going to produce 6 two-team alliances who will then compete in a double elimination bracket to determine the 2024-25 Washington State First Tech Challenge champions. In a few moments, I will invite the top 6 ranked teams after our qualification matches to join me out here in the field area. And starting with the number 1 ranked team, they will have the opportunity to invite one other team to join their playoff alliance. Unlike in qualification matches where alliances shift each match, these alliances will stick through the entire playoff process. We'll go to team number 1, our top ranked team. They'll invite somebody to join the alliance. That team will have the opportunity to accept that invitation or to decline it. There is really only one rule you need to know about alliance selection, and that rule is if you decline an invitation to join an alliance, you may not be invited again. Now, a team that is in position to be an alliance captain may decline an invitation and form their own alliance, but they're not able to be invited by another alliance. First-ranked team will make their pick, then we'll move to number 2, number 3, and so on down to number 6. If any of these 6 teams out here on the field select another, and that invitation is accepted, we will bump everybody up 1 spot to fill the gap, and we will bring the number 7 ranked team out to be an alliance captain, and so on as many times as is necessary for us to complete 6 two-team alliances, and those 12 teams will compete to be named Washington State champions for this year. Who's excited? All right, for the folks hanging out by the door, we do have plenty of seats scattered throughout the auditorium here. Please feel free to come in and grab them if you would like. And with that, I am going to look over and confirm that we are queued and ready to go. It looks like we are. And so, starting with our number 6 ranked team, please join me in welcoming to the field area team 21-29
From Bellevue, Quality Control.
right here. Congratulations. Our number 5 ranked team after qualification matches, it's team 19-745
From Redmond, Washington, Turtle Walkers.
Come join me right here, please. Turtle Walkers, hi there. Come join me right here, please. Thank you. They're just making sure they have pizza coming for dinner. It's going to be fine. Our number 4 ranked team on their way to the field. Please say hello to team 11-138
From Bellevue, Washington, Robo Eclipse.
Come join me right here. Congratulations. Into our top 3. The number 3 seed after our qualification matches is team 23-849.
Also from Bellevue, Washington, Droid Force.
Congratulations. You can stand right here by this sample. Our number 2 seed coming out of the 36 qualification matches, it's team 24-131.
From Renton, Washington, the Minutemen.
And our number 1 seed, the top ranked team in the state of Washington's our qualification matches, and if I'm reading this correctly, the only team to have won all 6 of their qualification matches today. Despite their name, we will remember them, no doubt. It's team 21-336.
From Vancouver, Washington, I Forgot.
Congratulations, welcome to the field. Team 21-336, you are the number 1 seed. That gives you the privilege of inviting any team you would like to join your alliance. Do you know who you would like to invite? All right, let's hear it.
Team 21336, I forgot, graciously invites Team 14343, Escape Velocity.
Team 14343.
From Bellevue, Escape Velocity.
Team 14343, stand right here. Face the folks in the crowd and tell us, do you accept this invitation?
Team 14343, Escape Velocity graciously accepts.
Congratulations, this is your #1 alliance. Moving right along, Team 24131, are you ready? Let's go.
Team 24131, the Minutemen, graciously invite Team 19745, the Turtle Walkers.
Team 19745.
From Redmond, Washington, the Turtle Walkers.
19745, do you accept the invitation or would you prefer to form your own alliance?
Team 19745 would like to accept.
Congratulations, this will be our #2 alliance. That, of course, means I have a vacancy on my field, so I'm going to ask Team 21229 to slide on up, and I'm going to bring out Team 18225.
From Bellevue, Washington, High Definition.
Congratulations, we'll get with you in just a moment. Our #3 seed, Team 23849. You look prepared. Are you ready to make your selection? Let's hear it.
Team 23849 would like to graciously invite Team 18225 High Definition.
18225. You can
From
step
Bellevue,
right
High Definition.
Step right over here. Come join me. And 18225, you're now in captain's position. Would you like to accept this invitation, or do you prefer to form your own alliance?
Team 18225 would like to create a high definition alliance and graciously accepts your offer.
Congratulations, our #3 seeded alliance. I once again find myself one alliance captain short, so please join me in welcoming to the field Team 17077.
From Adna, Washington, Adna Robotics.
Congratulations. I'm going to step right on back here. I'll ask you two to just slide right over there. Thank you. Our #4 seed, if I've got this right, Team 11138. You look ready to go? Let's have the pick.
All right, Team 11138 Robo Eclipse graciously invites Team 21225, 21229 Quality Control.
Team 21229.
From Bellevue, Washington, Quality Control.
It's almost like you had this planned or something. Turn around, face the folks in the crowd, and let us know. I have a suspicion, but do you accept?
Team 21229 thinks we'll make a really quality alliance and we'll be able to control the game. We accept.
Congratulations to our #4 seeded alliance. Slide on right up here, 17077, and I need one more. This is going to be Team 23270.
From Sammamish, the Sounderbots.
Welcome to the field. Our next alliance captain is Team 17077. Are you ready to go? No? Okay, we'll give you just a minute to work out with your teammates who you might like to invite. This will be a good chance for you to remind everybody that we are going to move into a double elimination bracket. That means each alliance will play a match. The winning alliance in that match will continue on in what we call the upper bracket. The alliance that loses that match will drop to the lower bracket, but all is not lost. As long as you continue to win in the lower bracket, you can make it all the way back to the event finals. Of course, a second loss as a lower bracket team will eliminate that alliance from the competition. Still looks like we're waiting for a little more time. I will also mention to all of my teams out here on the field, we are going to have a brief meeting with our head referees right after this alliance selection process. So those of you on the field here, please make sure you stick around. We do want drive team members for that meeting. So teams, if you have a team out here on the field, but they are not a drive team member, be prepared to swap places with them, please, as soon as we're done, so that we can get students who will be participating on the field to meet with our head referees. A little bit more time, it looks like. That's all right. We can do this. We're going to also remind everybody that as the playoffs move on, we will be presenting our judged awards. Those will happen intermixed within our playoff matches. So even if your team is not selected for one of these 6 alliances, we encourage you to stick around and see if you've won any of those awards. Some of those awards might qualify you for advancement regardless of your performance in the competition on the field. So still lots at stake there. And of course, I will mention that of these 12 teams and of the 24 teams that are at this competition, we are going to send 4 of them to the first championship event in Houston, Texas, taking place in mid-April, where they will compete against some large number that I do not have handy with me, teams from all around the world to be named world champions. You're ready to go. You look excited. I'm excited for you. Let's find out who's going to join your alliance.
Team 17077 would like to graciously invite Team 23511, the Seattle Solver.
23-5-11.
From Sammamish, Washington, the Seattle Solvers.
All right, Team 23-5-11, we're going to squeeze in here. We're going to face the folks in the crowd and tell us, do you accept the invitation?
Team 23511 gratefully accepts.
Congratulations to our number 5 alliance. All right, I'm going to swing over here. We do need one more pick. Before we get that last pick, one more reminder, all 12 teams that are going to be standing here on the field, please remain after this concludes to meet with our head referees. If you need to swap with a teammate who is on drive team, please do so, but make sure you hang around. Also, another reminder to you all what I just said, we will be presenting awards throughout playoffs. So even if your team is not this last pick or one of the 11 already out here, hang out and see if you get to take home some really cool looking trophies to show off at your school or in your workshop or wherever you happen to house your team. You ready to go? Let's find out who our final team that will be competing in these playoffs is going to be.
Team 23270 would like to graciously invite 19708 Emerald Bots.
Team 19708.
From Sammamish, Washington, the Emerald Bots.
Team 19708, face our friends and say, do you accept the invitation?
Team 19708 would like to shine bright with you.
I'm going to take that as a yes. Congratulations to our number 6 alliance, to all 12 of our teams competing in the playoffs, and to all of our teams who are taking part in the event today. That concludes our alliance selection process. Once again, all 12 of you, please remain here on the field. Playoff matches will commence at 4:40 p.m. So please hang tight and be back for the start of our playoff bracket at that time. We'll be back soon. Well, folks, welcome to the 2025 Washington State FTC Championship playoffs. I know. We're saving the excitement for the finals. That's fine, but you better bring it. I'm going to need it. It's going to be coming. We have a 6 Alliance double elimination bracket queued up. You were looking at that bracket for the entirety of the break. If you didn't see it, that's fine. We'll put it back up there soon. But we are going to get this started over here on field number 1, where I am looking at Alliance number 4 in red and Alliance number 5 in blue. Once again, a double elimination bracket. The winning Alliance will move on in the upper bracket. They will face Alliance number 1. Their opponents will drop to the lower bracket, but still be alive with a chance to fight their way back. Let's meet our teams. On that number 4 Alliance in red, give it up for Team 11138.
Supported by Microsoft, Boeing, and their community. From Bellevue, Washington, Robo Eclipse.
Their Alliance partners are Team 21229.
Powered by Microsoft, Google, and Apple. Quality Control.
Our number 5 Alliance in blue consists of Team 17077.
From Adna Middle High School in Adna, Washington, that's Adna Robotics.
And they are joined by Team 23511.
Supported by PTC, OnShape, and FRC Team 1294, that's Seattle Solvers.
We're ready to play our game. The playoffs are about to get underway. Teams in your Alliance stations. We begin in 3, 2, 1, go!
Welcome to the Washington Championship playoffs. We are here, as Brett mentioned, in a double elimination bracket. Each Alliance pairing will be facing off. Once the winner of this match will advance in the upper brackets, the loser of this match will be advancing down to the lower brackets. We have 10 seconds remaining of Autonomous. And Alliance 4 and Alliance 5 both have scored many game pieces. I see 4 specimens on the high chambers, potentially 5.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
That is Alliance 4 with 5 specimens successfully scored on the high chamber. Only 4 out of Autonomous for Blue. Still plenty of time for both Alliances to score game pieces, however. That does leave our live score 191 to 147 in favor of Alliance 4 in red. Tons of traffic at the submersible. Robots bumping each other on the front, on the back. They're all trying to utilize those wide areas of the submersible to grab themselves some additional game pieces, some additional samples. And the robotics, that black and yellow machine on the back left corner of the field, they take away a yellow neutral sample. They score it in the upper basket. Now a blue sample. That's also good for another 8 points. A bit of a shoving match at the front of the field. Seattle Solvers loses an eye. Their googly eye falls to the floor in that pushing match between them and Quality Control of the Red Alliance. That red machine, Quality Control, now taking a yellow neutral sample. They deliver up to the high basket for 8 points to the Red Alliance's score. Under a minute left to play now. Red Alliance still holding the lead, 251 to 195, but these numbers just keep on increasing. Seattle Solvers scoring their stockpile of specimens on the high chamber. Each of these specimens will be worth 10 points to their Alliance score. I see at least 3 more at the ready in their observation zone as we approach 5 seconds till end game. Both black and yellow machines of the Blue Alliance looking to score some final game pieces. There is that sound now. 27 seconds remain in our match. And the robotics, one last sample in that high basket. They now swing out their hooks and go for the climb. Quality Control lining up. They're grabbing one last sample from the front of the submersible. Meanwhile, and the robotics, they're reaching for that high bar. Will they successfully get that climb? 5 seconds remain now in the match. Quality Control, both hooks in the air. They will attempt to ascend as well. And that is all for match 1. Several robots in varying states of being in the air. An exciting first playoff match and a very tight live score. As usual, our referees will verify those results, and we will announce when we have those scores ready. A very close live score there in playoff match number 1. Let's take a look at our final score as certified by our referees. The Blue Alliance takes the win in that match. Alliance 5 with a score of 343 to 327. A very close live score in that match, and now that does result in Alliance 5 in blue advancing in the upper brackets. We will see them later on in match number 3. That is not the last of Alliance 4 in red. We will see them later on in the lower bracket in playoff match 6. But first, we move on over to field 2 and playoff match 2.
Thank you very much, Austin. An outstanding way to start our playoffs. Now I'm looking at Alliance 3 and Alliance 6. Ready to see if they can upstage that performance. Our number 3 Alliance is in red, and they are led by the Alliance captain, Team 23-849.
Supported by the Northwest Tech Future Foundation. That's Droid Force.
Joining them on this red Alliance, Team 18-225.
A community team from Bellevue, High Definition.
Our number 6 Alliance has the blue placards. They are led by Team 23-270.
They're supported by Microsoft, Google, and Walmart. That's the Sounderbots.
And joining them is Team 19708.
Supported by Intel, Microsoft, and First Washington. That is the Emerald Bots.
Winners of this match get to face Alliance 2 in the upper bracket. Their opponents will drop to the lower bracket. Let's get ready to play. Teams in your Alliance stations. We go in 3, 2, 1, go!
We remain in round 1 in the upper bracket here in playoff match 2 with Alliance 3 facing Alliance 6. High Definition trying to sweep some samples into the observation zone. 1 remains near its spike mark, but 2 specimens make their way successfully to the high chamber, now free for a total of 30 points. 2 specimens for the Blue Alliance from the Emerald Bots. They'll try for their 3rd as well. That is good. High Def now with a 4th on the high chamber.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
We enter teleoperating mode. Both scores in the triple digits. Alliance 3 with a slight lead, 158 to 111, with just about 1 minute and 50 seconds left to play. Once again, 1 red robot and 1 blue robot back at the front side of the submersible, each trying to grab themselves their desired sample. High Definition lights up in yellow. They have a neutral sample that they deposit into that upper basket for 8 points to their score. 147 to 174, some very similar numbers as these scores keep increasing. Emerald Bots on the backside of the field for the Blue Alliance. They reach in to grab a sample. Meanwhile, the Sounder Bots deposit another blue sample to convert to a specimen, knocking a specimen off the wall in the process. That's fine, though. The human player can just grab that and reset as they drop off yet another blue sample in preparation for yet another specimen. Speaking of specimens, however, Droid Force on the red side, dropping off several specimens on that red high chamber. Live score currently shows 7 specimens scored up on that chamber for 10 points each. 30 points separating the difference. 222 to 252, still in favor of Alliance 3 in red. We are 4 seconds away from endgame. We will see what the Ascents do to this score. Sounderbots, an additional specimen on their chamber, adding 10 points to their score. Droid Force at the observation zone. They're trying to grab themselves another specimen as well. They're lining up, and it's good for 10. High Definition going for some final samples to fill that high basket. 9 seconds remain in this match. Sounderbots on the backside. They wrap around that low rung and head up in the air. All 4 robots off the playing field floor. Our referees are to verify each of those climbs as well as the rest of that match. And we'll be back when they have your final results. Final scores now ready from match number 2. Into the deep we dive once more as the Red Alliance takes home the victory. 344 to 314. Your final score, just 30 points separating the difference. Alliance Free advances in the upper brackets. We will see them again in playoff match number 4. And we will see Alliance 6 again in the lower bracket in playoff match 5. But first, match number 3 over on field number 1.
We're rolling right along. Alliance number 5, the winners of their first match here on the field, now in blue. They are running into our number 1 seeded alliance, making their playoff debut on the red side. Our teams, first, on Alliance 1 in red, the captains and the number 1 seed after qualifications. It's Team 21-3-36.
Supported by HP, Columbia, Kura, and ProTech Composites. I forgot.
They are joined on that number 1 alliance by Team 14-3-43.
A community team from Bellevue. That's Escape Velocity.
Our number 5 alliance in blue has already pulled off one upset. They're going to try to do it again. Say hello to the captains, Team 17-0-77.
From Adna Middle High School, Adna Robotics.
And their partners, Team 23-5-11.
From Sammamish, Washington, the Seattle Solvers.
Winners of this match will be one match away from the finals. Their opponents will have a little bit of work to do in the lower bracket. Let's get ready to roll. Teams in your alliance stations. This match begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
Playoff match number 3 with Alliance 5 in blue facing Alliance 1 who had a first round bye. We'll see what happens. Escape Velocity attempting to score some of those pre-staged samples into the basket. 2 of them successfully make their way in for 8 points apiece. Now they grab another from the submersible zone. That's good as well. I forgot 1, 2, now 3 specimens, 4 even on at that high chamber. But let's not forget the solvers free up there as well.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
We now enter our teleoperated mode. 2 minutes-ish of play under driver control. Alliance 1 with a lead of 147 to 84, but still anything can happen. I forgot, quickly trying to cycle red samples from the submersible zone into their observation zone. All 4 robots simultaneously trying to grab samples from the submersible zone. This is a very tight space full of absolute jumble of randomized samples. Red, blue, yellow, even the occasional fallen specimen. Red Alliance currently 1 additional specimen on that high chamber, contributing at least 10 additional points to their Alliance score. That's currently solidifying their lead 171 to 116. But both alliances have 1 robot focused on scoring those samples into the high basket at 8 points each. And the robotics, the machine in black and yellow at the backside. That's another sample in the high basket. That's good for 8. Here at the front is Escape Velocity, 1-4-3-4-3. They're reaching in, trying to grab themselves a sample. They try to make their way carefully. I see a hook from their climb mechanism. It's wobbling around. It looks fine to me, but I don't know. We'll see what happens when we approach endgame in 8 seconds. Another specimen making its way up onto the board from Seattle Solvers. They now reach in for another blue sample. Looks like they have that one set for the baskets. Red sample as well from Escape Velocity into the high basket for their alliance. Both alliances above 200 points with 17 seconds left in our match. Adna Robotics reaching for that high rung. Will they get the level 3 climb? We shall see. Through they swing. It's looking good, but our referees make the final call. 3 seconds left. 2, 1. Looking like 2 robots, 1 on each alliance with a level 3 climb, but our referees are the final arbiters of that. We'll leave it to our referees to finalize those scores, and we'll be back in a moment. Scores now in for playoff match 3, a fairly tight live score. Let's see who advances in the upper brackets. The Red Alliance with a final score of 310 to 265. Once again, we remain in the upper bracket, so Alliance 1 advances to match 7, while Alliance 5, we will see them again in the lower brackets, facing off in playoff match number 5. But before we get to that, we have playoff match 4, once again on the right side in field 2.
Almost through the last of our early rounds in the upper bracket. This is playoff match number 4. Alliance number 3 returns in blue this time, and they will face Alliance number 2 now wearing the red placards. On that number 2 Alliance, say hello to the captains, team 24-131.
They're from Liberty Senior High School. That's the Minutemen.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, it's team 19-745.
A community team from Redmond, the Turtle Walkers.
Our number 3 Alliance in blue is led by team 23-849.
From Bellevue, Washington, Droid Force.
And joining them, team 18-225.
Also from Bellevue, Washington, High Definition.
One of these alliances will face our number 1 alliance for a spot in the finals. The other will face our number 4 alliance in the lower bracket. Let's get our show on the road. Teams in your alliance stations. This match begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome to playoff match 4. Still in the upper bracket. Alliance 2 on a first round bye, facing Alliance 3 in the blue colors. High Definition grabbing a specimen from their observation zone. They've got 2 on the books, looking to make it free. Both Turtle Walkers and High Def can do that conversion and have 40 points on the board. 4 seconds remain in autonomous with 5 specimens each.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Here we go. 2 minutes of teleoperated control with a live score of 167 to 138 in favor of the Red Alliance, Alliance number 2. But there's still plenty of time, and that score is fairly narrow. The margins can be made up. Let's see what happens. A bit of a fast collision between High Definition and the Turtle Walkers. They're on the back side, and a bit of a rave going on with a color sensor for Turtle Walkers detecting the various samples in the submersible zone. They grab themselves a red sample, and after a little bit of trial and error, they get it to their observation zone eventually. Meanwhile, Minutemen, 24-131 on the front side. They're grabbing yellow neutral samples. That one happens to fall outside the field, but each one of these scored successfully, worth 8 points to add to their alliance score and add to their lead. Droid Force at the bottom left corner of the field. They're grabbing those specimens prepared by the High Definition human player. Away they go with yet another potential 10 points, and they do successfully add those to their tally. They do now take the lead by merely 2 points, 257 to 255, with 42 seconds remaining. Still just a, well, okay, now a tie live score. Let's stop watching numbers. Let's see what's going on. Turtle Walkers puts up another specimen on the high chamber for 10 additional points. Minutemen, another sample, good for 8. Turtle Walkers back with one more specimen. High Definition, the back corner, they're going for 8 points of a sample. Minutemen deliver a sample for 8, but one drops down into the net zone for 2. They try to intake it back with 10 seconds on the clock. They give up on that notion and go for climbs. Red Alliance signed the robot in the blue ascent zone? No, okay, I think that's the blue robot. Never mind. Some confusion there at the last second. But everything's fine. We'll leave our referees to do it. They'll be back for our final with our verified scores. Scores finalized from playoff match 4. Let's see who will advance in the upper bracket. Red Alliance, Alliance number 2, ultimately takes the victory, a 30-point difference. And we will see Alliance 2 again in the upper bracket, facing off in playoff match number 7. That is not the last of Alliance 3. We will see them in playoff match 6 in the lower bracket. But before we get to that, we have our first lower bracket match, match 5, happening on field 1.
With playoff match number 5 on the field, we have moved to our lower bracket and therefore our first elimination match. The winners of this match will move on and stay alive in the lower bracket. Unfortunately, their opponents will have their tournament day end. We've got Alliance number 5 in red and Alliance number 6 in blue. Let's meet our teams once more. On Alliance number 5, give it up for the captains, team 17077.
Out of Adna, Washington, Adna Robotics.
Joining them on the field is team 23511.
From Sammamish, Washington, the Seattle Solvers.
Our blue alliance is our number 6 seeded alliance, and they are led by team 23270.
Also from Sammamish, the Sounderbots.
And the other member of that number 6 alliance in blue is 19708.
Additionally from Sammamish, the Emerald Bots.
Alliance 5 and Alliance 6. One alliance will move on. One alliance will see their day come to an end. Let's play our game. Teams in your alliance stations. We begin in 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome to the lower bracket, playoff match number 5, and we see a yellow sample fling all the way behind the red alliance area now, and the robotics in autonomous over to the left side. This may prove troublesome for this alliance here in a lower bracket playoff match. Meanwhile, free now 4 specimens scored by the Solvers on the red high chamber, free blue specimens on the blue high chamber.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
2 minutes of a teleop play. Live score currently in favor of Alliance 6 over Alliance 5, 125 to 106. But that is a pretty narrow gap, now only separated by 9 or 10 points. So we shall see what happens. As a bit of traffic on the right side of our field, Adna Robotics in red and the Seattle Solvers in red trying to score on this right side of the field, but Sounderbots, interestingly, playing a bit more defensively, trying to slow down the Red Alliance members as the lead shifts back and forth. Now Alliance 5 currently with just a 2-point lead. They now increase that to 10 points. We shall see what happens to the scores. We have a minute remaining in the match. Adna Robotics trying to return to the submersible zone. Sounderbots getting in their way, trying to get through into that wider side of the submersible. Solvers of the Red Alliance in the top right corner trying to grab onto a specimen off the Alliance wall. Top left corner is Emerald Bots of the Blue Alliance. That robot in green with a sample in their claw, but they end up making their way towards the red side briefly. Potentially trying to be defensive as well. No, I see the lights turn off briefly on their robot. Hopefully they can get reconnected in the last 25 seconds of our match. Alliance 5 now solidly in the lead, 246 to 162. We will see what happens in our climbs as all 4 robots seemingly reconnect. And the Robotics reaching up for that high rung. Sounder Bots and Emerald Bots off the low rung. Will Adna get the level 3? They're swinging freely. Sounder Bots or Solvers remain on the tile. This is our first match in the lower bracket, an elimination match. Let's see who will advance in the lower bracket and who we have to say goodbye to. Red Alliance takes the win in that match. A very tight score, 261 to 209. That does mean that we say farewell to Alliance 6 in blue. That is your captain, 23270, the Sounder Bots, and joined by 19708, the Emerald Bots. Please, a round of applause for their amazing work throughout the entire day and in this playoff tournament. Great work to both alliances. As a result, we do see Alliance 5 again in the lower bracket later on in our tournament. But before then, we have our next lower bracket match over on Field 2.
As Austin said, we are continuing on in the lower bracket. Once again, one of these alliances will stay alive. The other is going to celebrate a very successful day at the state championships, just maybe not as successful as they were hoping. It's our number 3 alliance in red, our number 4 alliance in blue. Let's meet the teams on that red alliance. Our number 3 seed is led by team 23-849.
From Bellevue, Washington, Droid Force.
And joining them in the red placards, team 18-25.
From Bellevue, Washington, High Definition.
Our blue alliance is the number 4 seed, and their captains, team 11-138.
From Bellevue, Washington, Robo Eclipse.
And the other member of this blue alliance is team 21-29.
From Bellevue, Washington, Quality Control.
Playoff match number 6 is on the field. Let's get things rolling. Teams in your alliance stations. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Playoff match 6, the battle for Bellevue. We are still in the lower bracket, and that is an interesting decision there in Autonomous as the robot code for Droid Force decides to mount the lower baskets in the bottom right corner. We'll see what happens there. Meanwhile, High Def scoring 1-2 specimens, now hopefully free on the high chamber. They do just that. 2 specimens on the blue high chamber, now make that free courtesy Robo Eclipse.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
There are no level 4 climbs in this game. Anyways, 2 minutes left to play in Teleop. 111-83, our current live score in favor of Alliance 4 in blue. And as they try to free themselves, Droid Force falls to their side. Let's see if they can work to get themselves back up as they manipulate their various mechanisms. Meanwhile, their alliance partner on the Red Alliance, High Definition, doing the best they can, dropping off samples for their Red Alliance, converting them into specimens via their human player. They'll try as hard as they can, and this score margin isn't very wide. 83-179, your current live score in favor of the Blue Alliance, Alliance number 4. Quality Control, the robot in red but blue nameplates, trying to deliver a blue sample to the observation zone. That gets converted to a specimen. They're getting those ready for later on in this match. Under a minute left to play. 111 free 8 is Robo Eclipse. They attempt to deliver a sample to the basket. It unfortunately bounces out towards midfield. They go ahead and abandon that one, reset. That sample now unfortunately outside the field. They'll go ahead and try one more time with that sample from the middle. Lining up, sliding it in, and that one is now good for 8 points. There's the endgame whistle now. 27 seconds remain in the match. Both Blue Alliance robots trying to score some additional samples in the high basket. Quality Control, I see a sample in their machine. They now grab it with their claw, trying for one last score in the baskets. Robo Eclipse reaching the submersible zone. Are they going for one more sample? Let's see what happens. Quality Control reaching up. High Def tried for one last specimen, but unfortunately it falls to the floor. The referees have indicated that they need some additional time to review that match. We'll give them a few minutes and be right back. Scores now finalized from playoff match number 6. Back on the board we go. The Blue Alliance advances in the lower bracket with a score 259 to 143. We will see Alliance 4 again in playoff match number 8. This does mean we say farewell to Alliance Free, captained by 2 Free, 849, Droid Force, and joined by 18225 High Definition. Another round of applause, please, for their excellent work throughout this competition and through this playoff bracket. We will make our way back to field 1 and back to the upper bracket for match number 7.
That's right. As Austin said, we are returning to the upper bracket, which means nobody is eliminated after this one. But one of these alliances will book a one-way ticket to our state championship finals, and they will enter those finals with the one-match advantage. So a lot on the line here. Let's meet our teams in the red placards. It is the number 1 alliance, captained by team 21336.
From Vancouver, Washington, I Forgot.
And joining them on the red side of the field, team 14343.
From Bellevue, Washington, Escape Velocity.
The blue side of the field is the number 2 alliance, and they are led by none other than 24131.
Out of Renton, Washington, the Minutemen.
The other member of this number 2 alliance in blue, team 19745.
From Redmond, Washington, the Turtle Walkers.
A spot in the state championship finals is on the line. Let's get ready to play. Teams in your alliance stations. This match begins in 3, 2, 1, go!
We kick off autonomous of this upper bracket match. Live scores fairly even for a bit as Escape Velocity attempts to score those pre-staged samples into the upper basket. 2 of them successfully land for 8 points each. 3 samples in the upper basket for the Blue Alliance. 3 specimens now, well, it was 4, but that last one gets stuck inside of the Turtle Walker's machine. Only 1 specimen on this occasion for Red.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
The I Forgot machine briefly paused during that autonomous, now back in a teleop under driver control. Let's see what happens as all 4 robots clash in front and behind of the submersible. Escape Velocity pushing up against the Turtle Walkers as they try to grab themselves a sample. I Forgot reaching in from the red chamber side of the submersible. They're looking to get their hands on potentially a red sample. Yes, they do. They deliver that quickly towards their red observation zone. At the back, the Minutemen trying to grab themselves some game pieces. They bump into I Forgot. They scoop up a blue sample and drop that off into the high basket for 8 points. Escape Velocity already climbing, seemingly. Looks like they may be sitting out for the rest of this match. Note, they back away. Now reaching up. Some interesting strategies here from them. We'll see what happens in the 1 minute remaining of this match. I Forgot now with a total of 3 specimens. They're looking to make it 4 on the high chamber. That is successful for 40 points total. Now 50 as they score yet another specimen on the high chamber. Escape Velocity continuing to attempt to climb on the low rung fairly early in the match. You can see the playing field tile flexing a little bit from that climb. 28 seconds now as we enter end game. Minutemen at the back, they grab themselves a yellow sample. I Forgot lining the high chamber with many red specimens, 9 of them in fact. Escape Velocity now fully going for the level 3 climb, but they ended up climbing in the middle of the submersible ascent zone. They get bumped off by their alliance partner going for a climb. They only get to level 2 before the match expires. An update from that last match. The head referee is issuing a red card to the Red Alliance for egregious violations of Rule G411. Robots may not control the opposing alliance's specific samples or specimens. That is a red card applying to the entirety of the Red Alliance because we're in playoffs. We now move on to our next match in the playoffs match 8 on field 2.
We are back on field number 2, and we are back in the lower bracket. It's alliances 4 and 5. Winning alliance gets to face alliance number 1 for a spot in the finals. The other alliance will be eliminated. Let's meet our teams one more time. In red, alliance number 4, captained by team 11138.
From Bellevue, Robo Eclipse.
And joining them is team 21229.
Also from Bellevue, Quality Control.
In the blue placards, Alliance 5, and their leaders, team 17077.
From Adna, Washington, Adna Robotics.
And their alliance partners, team 23511.
From Sammamish, Washington, the Seattle Solvers.
Winners will face Alliance 1 in the final lower bracket match. Their opponents will have their day concluded. Let's see who's who. Teams in your alliance stations. This match begins in 3, 2, 1, go!
Playoff match number 8, and we return once again to the lower bracket. Alliance 4 in red, Alliance 5 in blue. We will see where they score in autonomous. Solvers with a blue specimen, potentially on the high rung. We'll see if and when their claw moves away from that scoring element. Adna up against the leg of the submersible on the back side. 4 specimens on the Red Alliance high chamber.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
We now enter 2 minutes remaining of teleop play here in playoff match number 8. 139 to 54, your current live score in favor of the number 4 Alliance in red. Robo Eclipse of the Red Alliance attempting to deliver a sample into the high basket. It unfortunately bounces out, but still lands in the net zone for 2 points. Many flags wave as robots continue driving carefully around our field. Adna Robotics with a sample towards the baskets. It also bounces out and onto the playing field tile within the net zone for 2 additional points. Field crew working with the Seattle Solvers, trying to get them back online. Hopefully they can rejoin in the next 70 seconds remaining in our match. Quality Control on the right side for the Red Alliance, delivering specimens to their high chamber, 10 points each. Live score shows 7 specimens scored in total on that high chamber with under a minute left to play. Robo Eclipse back with another sample. That's good for 8 points. Adna Robotics, they grab themselves another sample from the submersible zone. That one is delivered to the high basket. Another 8 points there. So Adna back again, 8 points good again. Now both are Alliance robots in the bottom right corner, focusing on filling up that basket. Eclipse, Quality Control, both with 8-point scores. Another sample from Eclipse for 8 points. 19 seconds remain in the match as Adna Robotics attempt to ascend up to that high climbing rung. They fold up their mechanism, attempt to swing forwards. Seems good for now, but our referees are the final arbiters of the climbs. Quality Control, 1 hook, unfortunately not on that top rung. They remain on the tile for now. Our referees have indicated that once again, they will need some additional time to review that match. So we'll be back in several minutes. Scores now confirmed for playoff match 8. Let's see who moves on in the lower bracket. Red Alliance wins this match. Final score 304 to 185. This does mean we will see Alliance 4 again in the lower bracket later on in our playoffs. And please, another round of applause to the Alliance that was eliminated in that match. That was 17077 Adna Robotics and 23511 Seattle Solvers. An amazing job in that match and across the entire event. With that, we now move on to our first awards break. So please don't go anywhere. You might win some hardware.
Well, hello, friends, fans, family, and some other really cool words. Welcome. It's time for our first awards break. Yay! This is the point in the competition where we give our teams that have been competing on the field just a little bit of a breather, and we hand out some pretty cool looking trophies and recognize some teams for their other accomplishments. Let's get right to it, and let me please invite out to join us in handing out these awards our judges, led by our judge advisor, Alita Mendez McCracken. As our judges line up, let's go through how this is going to work, because somebody always gets it wrong and then they're really, really embarrassed. We are going to read out some awards. We are going to read out some scripts. For many of these awards, we will have both a second place winner and a winner. Second place winner, we're going to invite you to stand in your seats, wave, smile, and be recognized for your accomplishments, but remain where you are. For the winners of these awards, we will invite you to come down and be celebrated by our judges and collect your trophy. What you're going to do, as my friend Austin is demonstrating, is you're going to safely walk down from your seats, move to your right, my left, around the stanchions, come down here, be careful not to knock over the camera, wave at the fabulous judges. Somebody's going to hand you a trophy, take it, and try not to drop it, because it breaks really easily. Then you're going to go out the other side of the stanchion. You're going to go safely back up to your seats. Yay, we won. I'm so excited. This is the best thing that's ever happened to me. Woo! And then we're going to do it all over again. Are we good? Are we excited? Judges, are we ready? Super duper. Our first award for this award break is the Design Award. The Design Award expands on this year's challenge, inspiring teams to incorporate industrial design into their robots. These elements can be shown in the simplicity of the design as it applies to the tasks, the look and feel of the robot, and how the design allows us to think of robots in new ways. Second place for this award, and again, stand, wave, be excited, but stay in your seats. Team 23511.
That's the Seattle Solvers from Sammamish.
And now to tell you a little bit about what the judges thought of our award winners, once again, my friend and game announcer, Austin Genchi.
This speedy bot caught the judges' attention. This team clearly utilized their drive motors to power their lift. Their design process was systematic, but not chaotic.
Congratulations to Team 19669.
That's Systematic Chaos from Sammamish, Washington.
Our second and final award for this awards break will be the Motivate Award. The team that receives the Motivate Award celebrates the culture of FIRST and clearly shows what it means to be a team. This award celebrates the team that represents the essence of the FIRST Tech Challenge competition through team building, team spirit, and displayed enthusiasm. This is a team who makes a collective effort to make FIRST known throughout their school and community and sparks others to embrace the culture of FIRST. In second place for the Motivate Award, Team 11138.
That's Robo Eclipse from Bellevue, Washington.
And now the judges' comments on the winners of this award.
This team soars above the competition in their ability to connect with their community. Their commitment to FIRST allowed them to take flight across the state for outreach, We're thrilled to boost this team for their beak-breaking passion and dedication.
The Motivate Award goes to Team 19589.
That's Falcons Robotics from Liberty Lake, Washington.
Congratulations to those award winners. We have plenty more awards to give out later, but in just a few moments, we're going to turn our attention back to the field for our final lower bracket playoff match. Judges, we'll see you back here soon. Everybody sit tight. More robot action coming up in just a bit.
Logistics note, teams for match 9, please make your way to field 1.
We are back over here on field 1. This is match 9, the final match in our lower bracket. The winning alliance in this match will move on to face Alliance 2 in our competition finals. Their opponents will conclude the day as the 3rd place alliance. So lots on the line here. Let's meet our teams. Our Red Alliance, Alliance number 1, and as they have been all afternoon, they are captained by Team 21336.
From all the way in Vancouver, Washington, I forgot.
And the second member of this number 1 alliance in red is Team 14343.
Out of Bellevue, Washington, Escape Velocity.
The Blue Alliance is alliance number 4, and their leaders, Team 11138.
Also from Bellevue, Washington, Robo Eclipse.
The second team in the blue placards is Team 21229.
They are also from Bellevue, Quality Control.
We got the okay to play. Let's see who moves to the finals. Teams in your alliance stations. This match begins in 3, 2, 1, go!
Final match of the lower bracket, playoff match 9, with 24 seconds remaining in autonomous. Robo Eclipse having left their starting position, but currently paused in deep thought on their side of the field. Meanwhile, Free Robot scoring in autonomous. I forgot 1, 2, now 3 specimens on that high chamber. Will they make it 4? Yes, they will. Several samples into the high basket for red. Several samples for blue. I think I see 5.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
I stand corrected by the referees. 4 samples in the high basket for blue. With all that scoring out of the way, live score 196-84 in favor of the Red Alliance, alliance number 1. But it's all to play for, and we have 1 minute and 45 seconds to play with. So let's see what happens. Robo Eclipse at the back corner of the field. They're attempting to ferry Scamples from the submersible zone into the basket. Another one good in the high basket. That's another 8 points to their alliance score. Meanwhile, Quality Control, the red machine in the blue team signs on the bottom left corner of the field, quickly scooping up those blue alliance-specific samples and bringing them over to their human player. Robo Eclipse converting them into specimens via the clips. I forgot not delaying, not building a stockpile of their specimens. They're putting them all up on the line, up on that high chamber for 10 points apiece. They even retrieved a dropped specimen from the submersible zone, delivered them to their human player, and readied it up to score once again on the high chamber for a potential 10 points. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Escape Velocity, quickly scoring additional samples in the high basket. Both high baskets nearly overflowing of samples. This will be a careful activity to try to fit these samples into the basket, 8 points each. We approach the end game period. There's that whistle now, and these ascent zones become increasingly more protected. So we also have to drive carefully. 20 seconds remain in our match now. Escape Quality Control riskily trying to grab a sample from the side of the submersible. I see some flags. We'll see what our referees have to say about that one. Meanwhile, I forgot all the way up to a level 3. 5 seconds left. Eclipse in the observation zone for a park. I see a robot still on the floor, but our referees have the final say as to all of that, and they have marked this match as under review. scores now confirmed from playoff match 9. Let's see who advances out of the lower bracket. An excellent match all around, but victory goes to the Red Alliance with a score of 421 to 249. Congratulations, an excellent performance to both alliances. We will see Alliance 1 again in the finals. But that does mean we say goodbye to Alliance 4, our Blue Alliance. They were captained by Team 111 Free 8, Robo Eclipse, and they were joined by Team 21229, Quality Control. Another cheer, round of applause for their excellent work throughout the entire playoff bracket, the entire championship day. Great work to them. We now move on to yet another awards break. Stick around once again. You may win yourself some fancy awards.
Well, everybody, it is time once again to present some awards. So I'm going to invite our judges back out to our receiving line. Let's give another hand for the hardworking judges. They've had a long day, and they're still here to celebrate you all. Okay, we're not going to do the whole thing again, but again, teams, second place, stand up, wave. Yay! I'm so excited. First place, come on down. Walk, don't run around the stanchions. Pick up your trophy. Don't drop it. You'll end up on YouTube and not in the good way. All right. Our first award for this segment will be the Control Award, which celebrates the team that demonstrates innovative thinking in the control systems to solve game challenges such as autonomous operation, enhancing mechanical systems with intelligent control, or using sensors to achieve better results on the field. In second place for the Control Award, Team 8103.
That's Null Robotics from Kirkland, Washington.
And now, Austin, tell us what the judges had to say about the winners of this award.
This team cleverly uses odometry to navigate the field. Their custom Pathfinder allows for quick autonomous deployments. You could say that this team's technology saves them many minutes.
Congratulations to Team 24131.
That's the Minutemen from Renton, Washington.
Next up is the Innovate Award, sponsored by RTX. This award celebrates a team that has the ingenuity and inventiveness to make their designs come to life. This award is given to the team that the judges feel has the most innovative and creative robot design solution to this season's game. Elements of this award include elegant design, robustness, and out-of-the-box thinking. This award may address the design of the whole robot or some sub-assembly component, but the creative component needs to work consistently. In second place for the Innovate Award, Team 7462.
That's Not to Scale from Seattle, Washington.
And now the judges' comments on the Innovate Award winners.
Their black and yellow robot moved quickly like a bee. Lifting off the ground, the robot flipped the judge's mind. They escaped the STEM desert by going viral on YouTube with their hang.
The Innovate Award goes to Team 17077.
That's Adna Robotics from Adna, Washington.
We have one more award to present in this award break. This is the Compass Award. And to present this award, we have a very special guest. He is the current first senior mentor for the state of Washington and a winner of the national equivalent of the Compass Award for FRC, the Woody Flowers Award. Please welcome Eric Stokely.
Thank you, Brett. All right, I'll admit it. I pulled rank on this one. I said I'm giving out the Compass Award. So if you know me, I'm an emotional person. Okay, so remember that later. All you mentors out there, you know what you're doing to make this program work, right? Some of the kids have an inkling of it. Some of the parents might be aware of it. But I am here to tell you, without these mentors, I don't care how much money you got, I don't care what space you got, you do not have a team. These mentors are the core of FIRST. So anything we do to celebrate them is an important thing. So students, I want you to start thinking about, hey, how can we recognize these mentors have been putting so much time in? Parents, same. Or I'm going to actually one-up that. Parents, become a mentor. Seriously, this is the best time you will ever have volunteering. And yes, I said volunteering. You think anybody's making money at first? FedEx does. Because you always need it today. All right, so the Compass Award, as stated, this is to celebrate, to recognize an outstanding mentor. And you've been hearing that we've been doing the winner and the second place, right? Well, I want to recognize as many people as possible. So we're actually going to do third place, second place, and then the winner. So I'm asking the third and the second place to stand up, and I would like some serious applause, all right? Because it is not an easy thing to mentor a team. I know that, all right? So without further ado, because somebody is going to stop me soon. So the third place for the Compass Award is Coach Langshow of Team 18225 High Definition from Bellevue, Washington. Thank you. Second place. And again, these are important people. This is what makes FIRST works. Steve Amorosi of Team 7462, not to scale, from Seattle, Washington, proudly standing up. Right back at you. The judges tell me this was not an easy decision to come up with a winner because you're all outstanding. So we'll just jump into it. All right, I'm good. Aubrey Pagliaio of Team 18079 Accidental Success from Maple Valley, Washington. Come on down. Oh, thank you. What a rule follower. I know. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you to everyone. Are we done, Brett?
Congratulations once again. With that, that concludes the awards we have for this award break. So teams in our next match, please make your way on down to field number 1.
Well, all right, friends, it is the Washington State FTC Championship finals on the field right now. Let's give it up for our teams competing in the finals. As they get ready, a quick note on format. So we mentioned this is a double elimination bracket. We are playing a finals with advantage. What that means, the Blue Alliance has lost a match previously in this tournament. If the Red Alliance wins this match, we are done. The Red Alliance are our state champions. If the Blue Alliance wins, we will come back and play one more tiebreaker match to determine the state champion alliance. So if Red wins, it's theirs. If Blue wins, we're going to come back and do one more. Either way, this is surely going to be a very exciting match. Let's turn to the field and meet our teams. The Red Alliance is the number 2 seeded alliance, and they are led by Team 24-131.
From Renton, Washington, the Minutemen.
Their alliance partners on the number 2 alliance is Team 19-745.
That's the Turtle Walkers from Redmond.
The Blue Alliance is our number 1 seeded alliance. They will need to win 2 matches to take home the title. They are led by their captains, Team 21-336.
From Vancouver, Washington, I Forgot.
And the other team in the blue placards, Team 14-343.
Out of Bellevue, Washington, Escape Velocity.
It's our number 2 alliance in red, our number 1 alliance in blue. Will this be all, or will we play a tiebreaker match? Let's find out. Teams in your alliance stations, Our finals begin in 3, 2, 1, go!
Welcome to the finals of the Washington State Championship. Let's see what happens here in autonomous mode. I forgot in the bottom left corner, doing as they've been doing all day long, sweeping those blue samples from their pre-stage locations into their observation zone to quickly convert them into specimens. Turtle Walkers of the Red Alliance not far behind. They're on the right side, but I see 2 specimens. Now 3, unfortunately not successfully clipped on the high chamber.
3, 2, 1.
The Blue Alliance with successful 5 specimens out of autonomous on the high chamber. With some additional scoring elements in the basket as well. That gives a current unofficial live score in favor of the Blue Alliance, Alliance number 1, of 235 to 139. All 4 robots diving for samples in the submersible zone. Let's see if this area gets picked clean of scoring elements. 3 red specimens now successfully clipped onto the red high chamber. Make that 4 at 10 points apiece. Now a 5th, courtesy of the Turtle Walkers once again. They are burning through their stockpile. At the top left of your screen or of your field is escape velocity, delivering samples to the high baskets in the corner at 8 points each. Both Alliance scores having surpassed 200 with 54 seconds remaining in our match, 309 to 234. I forgot, continuing to score specimens on the blue high chamber. Live score shows 11 specimens currently scored on that chamber. I forgot, trying to grab themselves some scoring elements. They push the Minutemen out of the way in the front subside of the submersible. Under 30 seconds left to play as we watch out and drive carefully around those ascent zones. I forgot, immediately going for the ascent. They're already up on the low rung. Will they grab the high rung? First attempt, no, but they're still up in the air. Escape velocity looking to join, but only one of their hooks clasps on to the high rung. I forgot, successful level 3 climb. Turtle Walkers in the air as well. And Minutemen park in their observation zone. An exciting finals match. We will see if we're taking it to a tiebreaker or if we will know our champion. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Scores are in from that last match. Up on the big screen they go. Will we take it to a tiebreaker or will we know our champion? Blue Alliance takes the win, and we are moving on to a tiebreaker. First official tiebreaker in Washington State. 410 to 331, your final score. We'll be back with playoff match number 11 after, I believe, another award break.
All right, gang. Well, since we got to play one more match, I guess we'll give out some more awards. I was going to keep them, but all right, I got to kill some time, so we'll do it. Hey, let's bring our judges back out one more time. Another hand for our judges, please. While we're waiting for our judges to line up, teams, your engineering portfolios are at Pit Admin, and if you would like those back, you should go claim those at your earliest convenience. I'm also going to mention we are, unfortunately, a little bit pressed for time in terms of our contract time to end our event in the venue. So we're going to ask everybody, we're not going to end the event early, but once we conclude with our matches and our awards and everything like that, we're going to ask that you all work with us to pack yourselves up and make your way home as expediently as possible so that we can return this space to our good friends at Amazon and let them do whatever they're doing next with it. All right. Our first of 2 awards in this awards break will be the Connect Award. The Connect Award is presented to the team that the judges feel most connected with their local science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM community. A true FIRST team recognizes that engaging their local STEM community plays an essential part in their success. The recipient of this award is recognized for helping the community understand FIRST, the FIRST Tech Challenge, and the team itself. Our runners-up for the Connect Award, Team 19708.
That's the Emerald Bots from Sammamish, Washington.
And now, Austin, please tell us what the judges had to say about the winners.
This team laid clear, measurable tracks to their season's goals. They partnered with industry professionals to make illuminating webinars and demonstrated how these relationships improved their game. This team mastered the matrix to determine every single member's growth over the season, giving each teammate a sound foundation.
Congratulations, Team 23270.
That's the Sounder Bots from Sammamish, Washington.
We will now present the Think Award, which is given to the team that the judges feel best reflects the journey of the engineering design process. The engineering portfolio is the key reference for the judges to help them identify the most deserving team. This team's engineering portfolio focused on the design and build stages of the team's robot and exemplified their journey as a team and as engineers. In second place for the Think Award, Team 14179.
From Redmond, Washington, the Sushi Squad.
And now the judges' comments on the Think Award winners.
This team's portfolio clearly documented the path, showing us the data behind the strategy and math. With ducks flowing above and squid control below, they had the judges quacking.
Congratulations, Team 14343.
That's Escape Velocity from Bellevue, Washington.
Congratulations to our award winners. We're going to have just a... Oh, more Escape Velocity. Congratulations. Any more? Any more? More Escape Velocity. Congratulations. Congratulations. Okay, I think that's all of them. Okay, that's going to do it for this awards segment. We will be right back with our final match of the day, and then, of course, our remaining awards and recognition. So sit tight. We'll be back in just a few moments. Well, friends, it all comes down to this. There's no more double elimination. There's no more advantage. There's no more upper bracket. There's no more lower bracket. We're going to play 2.5 minutes of Into the Deep. And whoever's got more points at the end are going to be the 2025 Washington State FTC champions. So, one more time, let's meet our teams. In the red placards, Alliance number 2, and their captains, Team 24-131.
From Renton, Washington, the Minutemen.
Joining them on the red side of the field, Team 19-745.
From Redmond, Washington, the Turtle Walkers.
In the blue placards, Alliance number 1, led by Team 21-336.
From Vancouver, Washington, I Forgot.
And the second member of this Blue Alliance, team 14343.
From Bellevue, Washington, Escape Velocity.
It's the number 2 alliance in red. It's the number 1 alliance in blue. The winners of this match will be our 2025 Washington State champions. Teams, in your alliance station. And friends, count this one down with me. This match begins in 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we are, first official Washington State Finals tiebreaker. We will have a champion after this match. 20 seconds remain of autonomous as the Turtle Walkers of the Red Alliance score 1, 2, now 3 successful specimens on the Red High Chamber. I forgot also quickly scoring specimens. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 specimens on the high chamber, and interestingly, one on the low as well.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Exiting autonomous, 5 high specimens apiece for each alliance, and an additional 1 low specimen for blue, in addition to several more samples in the high baskets, result in a live score of 239 to 188. But these numbers, they just keep on going up. 1 minute and 40 now left to play in our match as the Turtle Walkers of the Red Alliance try to grab themselves a red sample. They're on their way back to the observation zone. Escape Velocity of the Blue Alliance also there on the backside of the submersible. They're trying to grab themselves a scoring element or perhaps get in the way of the Turtle Walker scoring efforts. Despite all of that, Turtle Walkers do successfully deliver a red sample back to their observation zone, ready to convert into a specimen. On the bottom right, we've got the Minutemen. They're quickly grabbing scoring elements, both yellow and red samples, and delivering them up into the high basket for 8 points apiece. A giant scuffle in the middle of the submersible zone as intake contacts intake, all robots making away with a sample each. I forgot trying to grab a specimen. I believe that fell earlier into the submersible zone. I believe that made it all the way back to the observation zone for that alliance. They now attempt to add them to their tally. I see on the live score 11 high specimens for the Blue Alliance compared to the Red Alliance's 7. Under 25 seconds left to play. Both alliance scores above 300, 386 to 318. Flags continue to wave. I forgot, going for the level 3, it looks good. Escape Velocity, only 1 hook on the level 3 rung. Minutemen trying to ascend off of the floor. They're trying to reach up for the bar. Turtle Walkers on the low rung. 2, 1. Massive cheers from the crowd in an excellent match of Into the Deep, presented by RTX here in Washington State. We will have a Washington State champion alliance after the results of this match. So our referees will do their very best to verify, double check, triple check, quadruple check all of the scores across that entire field, across the entire match. And once they are ready, we will have those scores and your champion to you. Once again, this is our final match of the Washington State Championship. This is a tiebreaker match. Whoever wins this match will be our Washington State champion. Will it be the Alliance number 1, the first seed in blue, or will it be Alliance number 2 in red? Let's see our final scores. Victory in this finals tiebreaker goes to the Blue Alliance. Congratulations to the number 1 Alliance in blue, a final score of 433 to 362. Amazing work to both alliances in a fantastic set of finals matches and across an entire fantastic event. We do say congratulations to our finalist alliance, Alliance number 2 in red, 24131 the Minutemen, and 19745 the Turtle Walkers. They both did an amazing job in that finals series. Now we have our Washington State champion. We have some final awards to give out. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with our final award segment of the night.
Well, friends, what a day. Congratulations once again to our winners and our finalists. We'll get back to them in just a moment. And we do have a little bit more business to attend to. First of all, please join me one more time in thanking our friends here at Amazon for hosting us for this event in this fabulous venue and making it possible. And to that end, I will remind you once again, please, we are on a bit of a time schedule to help us get out of here expediently. And please clean up your area and take anything with you that you brought into the venue. Secondly, please help me with another thunderous round of applause for all of our volunteers who have been working all day long and even before to make this event happen. And speaking of volunteers, every year at this time, we like to recognize some of our most outstanding volunteers with our Volunteer of the Year Award. To present this award, I'd like to bring out the First Washington Senior Manager of Programs and Volunteers, Mara Keeley.
Hi, everyone. Thank you all for being here today. And like Brett just showed you, we have amazing volunteers back here who work so hard to make these events happen. We had 36 FTC events this season, and at every single one of those events, you had a full field of volunteers there to help you. And so if you think about all the minutes you spend in the shop building your robot, probably like hundreds of hours sometimes, you're up really late at night. We have volunteers who do that same kind of work to make the events run super smoothly when you show up. So when you're up late at night in your shop getting tired, just think that there's probably 60, 70 volunteers somewhere around the state who are up making assignments, who are training other volunteers so that you have a really great crew to help you. So without much further ado, I would like to give this award out. It's actually going out to 2 volunteers, which is a little unusual. But we have 2 volunteers who have worked super hard this year to help train up all of our ref crews, as well as ref crews around the country. So I would like to present our Outstanding Volunteer Award to Josh Clark and Kate Emery, your co-senior head referees for the whole district. Sorry, I just hit me. That's so much, seriously. You have to do a wave to the crowd and a bow.
I can personally attest at how hard Josh and Kate work and that it cannot be more deserved. So congratulations to the two of them. All right, let's bring our judges back out one more time. Hey, judges! One more round of applause for our judges, led by Judge Advisor Alita Mendez McCracken. I like the Let's Go Judges cheer. We should do that a little more often. That's very cool. All right, we are on a bit of a time limit before Graham comes over here and like physically removes me from the building. So let's keep things going. Thank you for the recognition, though. Next, we would like to recognize our finalist alliance, our Washington State champion runners-up. Congratulations to Team 24-131.
That's the Minutemen from Renton, Washington.
And you can come on down and collect your award. And their alliance partners, Team 19745.
That's the Turtle Walkers from Redmond, Washington.
Next up, we will recognize our winning alliance and our 2024-25 Washington State First Tech Challenge champions. Congratulations to our #1 seeded alliance and their captain, Team 21-336.
I Forgot from Vancouver, Washington.
And their alliance partners, Team 14-343.
That's Escape Velocity from Bellevue, Washington.
It's now time to present the only individual award we present to students in first, the Dean's List Finalist Award. I don't have a script on this one, so I'm making some things up here. But the Dean's List Finalist Award is presented to students who are judged both by their teams, by virtue of nominating them, and by their judges, by virtue of their applications and interviews, to be outstanding role models for students in their school, their team, their community, and all of the FIRST programs. They have been nominated by their teams, interviewed by our judges, and we are proud at this event to have selected 4 nominees to move on as Dean's List finalists, and they will compete to become Dean's List winners at the FIRST Championship in Houston, Texas in mid-April. All 4 of these students, if you're present, please come down and be recognized, and I will say, I was not given pronunciation, so I'm going to do my very best, and I apologize if I get it wrong. Our first Dean's List winner, Nishant Vikramaditya from Team 21-229.
Congratulations.
Our second Dean's List finalist, Anarghya Polisetti from Team 23-70.
Congratulations.
Our third Dean's List finalist, Kriti Kampela from Team 14-343. And our fourth and final Dean's List finalist from the Washington State Championship, Brady Poggioli from Team 18079. Let's have one more round of applause for all four of our Dean's List finalists. Our final team award will be the Inspire Award. The Inspire Award is presented to the team that the judges felt truly embodied the challenge of the First Tech Challenge program. The team that receives this award is a strong ambassador for FIRST programs and works to promote FIRST and make it loud in their community. The team that receives this award has performed well in all judging categories and was chosen by the judges as a model First Tech Challenge team, both on and off the playing field. This team shares their experiences, enthusiasm, and knowledge with other teams, sponsors, their community, and the judges. Working as a unit, this team will have shown success in performing the task of designing and building a robot. We're going to recognize third, second, and first place for this award, and we are going to invite all three of those teams to come down and be recognized and pick up their trophy. In third place for the Inspire Award, Team 21-29.
That's Quality Control from Bellevue, Washington.
In second place for the Inspire Award, Team 18-25.
That's High Definition from Bellevue, Washington.
And now, Austin, please tell us what the judges had to say about the winners of the Inspire Award.
This team maintains a high-quality focus on mentoring other teams while keeping community and individual team members in mind. No 404 memory error with automated control and a simple design that is not hard to recall. Inspiring all to learn and grow in STEM, and much more that I forgot.
Congratulations, Team 21-336.
That's I Forgot from Vancouver, Washington.
All right, we have one last order of business to attend to. As I mentioned earlier, we are going to advance 4 teams from the Washington State Championship onto the first championship in Houston, Texas. We're also going to advance an additional 7 teams onto various premier events being held around the country and the world at various times throughout the spring and summer. There is an advancement process. It's detailed in the game manual. We're not going to go through it here, but after looking through all of those rankings, we are proud to announce the following 4 teams that will advance to the first championship in Houston. First, Team 21-336.
I Forgot.
Also advancing to the championship, Team 14-343.
Escape Velocity.
Moving on to Houston as well as Team 18-225.
High Definition.
And our 4th team that will represent Washington at the first championship is Team 21-229.
Quality Control.
We can also announce the 7 teams that will be invited to premier events. You'll receive more information about these events later on from Kevin or someone else in the first program. But the 7 teams that will be invited to our premier events are Team 24-131, Team 19-745, Team 23-270, Team 11-138, Team 17-077, Team 19-589, and Team 19-669. Congratulations to those teams for their advancement as well. Coaches, if you have any questions about the advancement process or where your team will be going, you can come speak to Kevin. Also, coaches, please come see Kevin and pick up your feedback forms for the competition today. Thank you all for being here. Once again, congratulations to our team. Help us out, clean up your areas, try to make your way out as quickly as you can. Good night, and we will see you back here next year.